Roll call for the Budget and Finance Committee of the Navajo Nation Council, November 9th, 2021, special meeting, 10:00 a.m. Honorable Chair Jamie Henio. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Present.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. is present. Honorable Elmer P. Begay. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown is present. Thank you.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown is present. Honorable Amber Knezba Crotty. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Okay, Honorable.
Deja, this is Delegate Amber Knezba-Crotty. I'm present. I apologize for that.
Honorable Amber Knezba-Crotty is present. Honorable Chair Jamie Henio.
Henio is present.
Honorable Chair Jamie Henio is present. Honorable Elmer P. Begay. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Vice Chair, you have 4 members present, which constitutes a quorum, Vice Chair.
Christine, thank you for the roll call. We have a quorum. Chair Henio, can you hear us? Are you in a good location now? Chair Henio, Disash, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Oh, can hear you, Shnanda. We just got done with the roll call. Or the quorum.
I could barely hear you. It's coming in choppy here. I might have to move from here in a little bit down to the Rama town, but I'm trying to log in on my Zoom tablet here. It's not even working at all, too. So I can hear you, Vice Chair Smith, here and there.
Okay, I'll continue down the agenda here. We're at roll call. Invocation. Honorable Brown from Deshawn. Could you do invocation for us this morning?
Oh, yeah. I've been Budget and Finance Committee, Ado Shananta, Chair and Vice Chair, and Ado Shamado. I know Sue is off, but Ms. Sherelle notes, thank you for helping Budget and Finance Committee. Ado to for everyone who's listening, welcome to Budget and Finance Committee. And General Craigie off. Ado Craigie shapes of these and all that. Ado Hajon all that. Shadin, Ado Shaman Hossa. Could a Nishena didn't the Asian that way at Nachan. Craigie a base of the Kate in any best bounce on the He had Ankanan Nahni Yahan that's all that in the I don't hit the na could in Kada is the Latino Mission Khan Desla. Which about here needs and all that. Which when not a could be Hanate the door, Ben Nata, Ben Siki, so crab and Hata. So not other quay in Nadol in Lane, Craigie a Benonic needle, I should touch the in. I don't deal in the article. Could I which a Jean Dolek could have after the Snatchini begin other to Lini after the Nas and Linda. Ado kodo shada after a sort of regarding kick it, but no in Hinago. Which Craig cannot manage a day. Ado Hashin Soshi, other Hadanko City in the ne, Ashi Bahanata di Hashin back or on day Linda. A job up wings and double on the Oho. It Edan could only trash being. Gay could Ashi his job on the Ohil Aho Nasi Dash or the Nasi cut or the hidden body me the trash again. Other Kodom, after Kodo, dog was leading after the Nas and Lenny. Kodo a he get a no e, other Kodo now cost a the Bensati, the nanny clinic could if fancy case don't come on Hossan which in between. But here needs him. I'll aid the nanny clinic last lay. No copy in the naked that Nini now be home to that Nini could I. None could I Hadangadosha. Quaggy a Kehan Synodishna do Kodo Abens Toyd Kodon which a Hanana, see don't which a job Banadish need lead on the Trash the Noshini. Although Quaggy she has showed that these links Quaggy response on the clinic Ado Kodo. Get a large and ask a Danigi, Ado accounts of Danigi, Ado Bandashness, Ado Shama, and lay Hashken had Arja large at the Ado from Kidene, Ado Kodon Kidene. Listen, days mission can't mission Lenny with a Kodon Kabike had just leaned or less, but though she has your bitch hard date, but though her show a not all the Ninigi has your she didn't leaned or less. Has your it's a hard date, so has your back needs and all less. I'll reach a holiday in the hand that she get a non mission that so job at the instant. Edobagan that has actually tashed the could actually is all sitting there in the store less. Although has your asked for the village that need cleaning, Kajo buy it or job at Nixon. I call the din to the Zin Ain Kita so Lado Nikit so that so that doesn't on the Kentucky case because the Zin culture beginning than Kadoni even not just in queer has your another the next door, another is $9. Although the best on the hay not the kid in a nature as your dishing quagging it, and that day lay shing John the deal kid or less as car as yet and then need as a trash again. Where she is your car teacher to her late non this solo at that day. A beanie gagit ako Korea. Has no less than the other such a trash again could Ashine lang kodo aya nalchadi ni ka henisen ado kodo thodi ni samanosa siya na closing hut as class a that a kodo ado a shehe kwegi fa hajo no ka the many clini nikizad kolondo nishe be nache ina il ini keda hal no hut ahadan kedosha dolo do bahajon da nejolo dolo do bahajon da the men on ajolo jashin on intad ne nishe edi in the net I hate the with on non-mission kata so thing. I seen from kata no show kodo. From kashi bet at this next tragedy and get the nap on sea so. But the hazon on that other kodo. The hazon sling. Yeah.
I go she here last and that Honorable Nathaniel Brown citizen Nahainla. A national recognized guests and visiting officials. Do we have anybody from OPVP office? President, staff, chief of staff. For the record, we have Honorable Elmer Begay.
Oh, yeah.
Thanks for joining us, Da. Recognizing guests, speaker staff.
Good morning, Budget and Finance Committee members. This is Cheryl Nyazi.
Good morning, Chief of Staff. Thanks for morning the special meeting of the Budget Finance. Going on to Chief of Justice.
Good morning, honorable members of Budget and Finance Committee. This is Karen Francis.
Good morning, Karen. Thanks for joining us this morning. Moving on to any delegates, we have Honorable Edison Wanika with us this morning. Any other delegates that we have this morning? I don't know if any. Moving on down.
Yeah, Vice Chair Smith. Yeah, I'm still online. This is Delegate Wanika.
Okay. Yeah, last Nanda. For the record, we have.
Good morning, sir. This is Delegate Halana.
Okay, we have two Health and Education Human Services with us this morning. We have Honorable Wanika and Honorable Halona. Good morning, gentlemen. Moving on down to OMB. Do we have OMB?
Good morning, everyone. This is Dominic Bial.
Gushin Kedlan, Dominic Bial. Office of Controllers. Is there anybody from Office of Controllers?
Yeah, good morning, Chair and Budget and Finance Committee. This is Elizabeth Begay.
Good morning, Elizabeth Begay. Thank you for being with us this morning. Moving on down, Department of Justice. Department of Justice.
Good morning, Honorable Vice Chair, Honorable members of the Budget and Finance Committee. This is Mel Rodas from DOJ.
Thank you, Mel Rodas, for being with us this morning on the special meeting for Budget and Finance. Moving on down to Navajo, Washington office. Do we have anybody on Navajo, Washington office?
Good morning, Chair. This is Santi Lewis with the Navajo Nation Washington office, and also members of the Budget and Finance Committee. Good morning.
Good morning, Santi Lewis, Executive Director of Navajo, Washington office. Thanks for joining us. Moving on down to Navajo Housing Authority.
Good morning. Good morning, Chairman. This is Dwayne Wasita from Navajo Housing Authority.
Thank you for being on board with us, Mr. Wasita, Navajo Housing Authority's interim CEO. Moving on down to Veterans Office. Do we have anybody from Veterans Office, the Veterans Department? Veterans Office, Mr. James Zerline, or any staff members? Do we have anybody from Community Development this morning with us?
Good morning. This is Patricia Begay from the ASC office.
Good morning, Patricia Begay. Thank you for joining us this morning, Budget Finance. Any others that I may have missed? The other delegates or officials that would like to be recognized before we move on?
Mr. Vice Chair, this is Lurleen Tapahi with Office of Legislative Counsel.
Good morning, Office of Legislative Counsel. Thanks for being with us this morning. Any others that need to be recognized for the record?
Good morning, Vice Chair. This is Jimmy Secretero from Tohajale chapter. I'm the chapter president.
And chapter president from Tohajale, did you say, Mr. Secretary? Is that right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you for joining us this morning. Atepan from the east of
happy Veterans Day.
I appreciate that. Likewise to veterans out there and veterans that have served, and this special day will be Thursday. Thank you. Moving on, do we have any others that need to be recognized?
Good morning, Vice Chair. This is Kimberly Jake with Office of the Auditor General, and I also have Karen Briscoe and Jasmine Jishi.
Thank you very much for introducing yourselves. We appreciate you being here on the Budget and Finance meeting. Any others before we move on? I think we've gone through the recognizing guests and visiting officials. Just want to say happy Veterans Day to veterans. We have staff members that are veterans and veterans that are on the Navajo Nation, and veterans across the United States, around the world that have served in the Navajo Nation. And also we have lost a prominent soldier, World War II, Stephen Ashley. He worked for many years with the Navajo Nation. He worked 40 years, I think, and he was also a chapter president. And we just lost him recently. Stephen Ashley Sr. is his name. He's 95 years old. God bless him and his family. Condolences. May we have a moment of silence, please, for our community member in Lupton, World War II veteran, and honorably discharged, and has worked with the Navajo Nation for 40 years and retired, and was a rancher, family man, and a distinguished gentleman. I'd like to call for silence, a moment, please, for a World War II veteran that we just lost, and I'm sure they're arranging his funeral and putting him to rest. Thank you.
Vice Chair Smith, this is Delegate Crotty. If we could add in this moment of silence for the family of former Delegate David Tom, I'd appreciate it. He did lose his son, killed in action in the Afghanistan war, and so we're just with the family as he lost his life on Friday. Thank you, Vice Chair Smith.
Thank you, Honorable Crotty. Shumayaja will go ahead and also include Honorable former Council Delegate David Tom and his recent loss of his family members losing him. We have condolences, so we'll honor that with the moment of silence. Thank you very much for that recognition of moment of silence in respects of the leaders and those that have served in the military during World War II, and we appreciate that. Budget and Finance Committee members and all those that are here with us this morning on the special meeting, thank you very much for participating in that. Moving forward to number 3, review and adopt the agenda. Shada, could you read that into record?
Yes, thank you. Members of the Budget and Finance Committee, this is your proposed agenda for November 9, 2021. It's a special meeting. It's via teleconference. Presiding is Raymond Smith Jr., Vice Chairperson, and Jamie Hinio, Chairperson. 1, call the meeting to order. The roll call, the invocation. 2, recognize guests and visiting officials. 3, review and adopt the agenda. 4, review and adopt a journal. None. 5, receive reports. A, update on the Navajo Housing Authority presented by Dwayne Wasetta, Interim CEO, Navajo Housing Authority. B, update on the CARES Fund Hardship Assistance Phase 2 presented by Elizabeth Begay, Interim Controller, Office of the Controller. C, update on the 2-year budget cycle presented by Dominic Bial, Director, Office of Management and Budget. D, update on tribal consultations presented by Santi Lewis, Executive Director, Navajo Nation, Washington Office. E, Veterans Trust Fund presented by James Werline, Director, Veterans Department. F, update on Fort Defiance Agency chapter budgets presented by Patricia Begay, Administrative Service Center, Division of Community Development. 6, old business. A, legislation number 0127-21. 7, new business. And this is a consent agenda for legislation number 0193-20B, legislation number 0239-20, C, legislation number 0168-19. And then moving forward, D, legislation number 0114-21, E, legislation number 0109-21, F, legislation number 0096-19, G, requesting authorization to attend the Investment Committee's annual meeting the week of November 29, 2021. H is requesting authorization to attend the RPAC annual meeting in December 2021. 8, close of the session, written announcements, adjournment, and the next regular meeting is November 16, 2021. Honorable members of the Budget and Finance Committee, Jimmy Yellowhair did call in this morning, and he has indicated that he is touring Peabody with the president of the Navajo Nation and others. And he is requesting to be excused and then also to delete his two legislations, 109-21, I believe it's, and 0096-19 until he gets back to the next agenda. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Shada, for reading in the agenda and the information provided by Honorable Jimmy Yellow Hair. Do we have a motion regarding this agenda?
Vice Chair Smith, this is Chair Henio.
Go ahead, Chair Henio. I'll give you the floor.
Vice Chair Smith, I'm finally, I've reset everything, and I think I can hear everybody really good now. Just a question for Legislative Council. For guidance, we had started our meeting last Tuesday, November 2nd, and we adopted the agenda. We were getting ready to take action on accepting the report from Navajo Housing Authority, and we lost the quorum. I could not get a quorum back once we got back on record. Therefore, it seems that we're starting out a new meeting here, but what about the meeting that we had started last Tuesday, and we lost the quorum? So maybe guidance from the Legislative Council on where do we begin from where we lost the quorum, or do we just start brand new again today? That's my question, Vice Chair Smith. Before you entertain the motion second.
Hagoshi, thank you for that, Honorable Chair Henio. That question goes to Legislative Council. Legislative Council, it's a question posed on which direction do we take, and we'd like to have that advisement. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is Lurleen Tapahi. I would advise that if the committee adopts the agenda today, as I'm looking at it now, as it was proposed, I would advise that the committee just go down the agenda. There was, to my knowledge, as I recall, there was no action on legislation at the last meeting because of the loss of quorum. So I think that the committee should simply go down the agenda as adopted today. That would include receiving the reports here that are listed under number 5A through F.
Thank you very much for the Legislative Council. Appreciate that answer we have posed. Chair Henio, do you have a follow-up question on behalf of this?
Vice Chair Smith, make a motion to adopt the agenda as read.
We have a motion by Honorable Jamie Henio, Chairperson. Second. Second going once. Second going twice. Ashwinita.
Yes, we
Hello?
can hear you. We can hear you.
Okay.
Second.
Second going twice. Third call for second.
*6 if you're trying to unmute.
We don't have a second. We don't have an agenda for us. We only have a motioning party, no second. So therefore, we don't have an agenda. Chair Henio,
Vice Chair Smith, you can call the meeting since we don't have an action on the agenda.
Okay, I'll go ahead and call the meeting. We don't have a second to the agenda. Meeting is now.
Brown, I'll second.
Delegate Brown, are you seconding the motion?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, sorry, I'm having problems connecting. My Wi-Fi, I thought you heard me earlier. It's spotty, it's in and out. I can't connect to my other meeting too, so my apologies. I'm having some issues here.
We have a motion. I'll go ahead and recognize Honorable Nathaniel Brown for the second. Saved by the bell. Committee members, any questions, amendments on the agenda?
Vice President?
Yes,
Chair Henier. Amendment number 1, motion to remove legislation 109-21 and 0096-19 of the new business agenda, which is item E and F as we look at the proposed agenda. Due to the fact that Delegate Jimmy O'Hare will not be present to sponsor these two legislations. So I request to remove those two from the agenda as amendment number 1.
I'll go ahead and honor the amendment number 1 as a motion to remove 2 items off of new business, item E and F, which is legislation number 0109-21 and 0096-19. Do I have a second?
Is Delegate Brown a second?
I have a second by Honorable Brown. Committee members, we have amendment 1. Any questions on amendment 1? Chair Henio? Chair Henio, can you hear me?
Oh.
Yes, I'd like to request that within your motion to also add legislation number 0218-21, which is ready for action. It was heard at REC and it's here at BNF now. It's when it goes to NABI. So if you could also include legislation number 0218-21 in Amendment 1.
Commissioner Vice Chair Smith, we could have Ms. Peggy Nakay to read the heading, and then therefore we'll have to make that modification.
Shada, could you read the legislation, the heading into the record for Amendment 1?
Is Delegate Begay calling back in?
Agoshi, Delegate Begay. Peggy, are you still online with us?
Yes, Vice Chair, I was looking for the legislation you're talking about. I'm hoping that the committee report is ready. How long ago did they review this?
It was sent at 09:05 a.m. this morning, saying morning legislation is ready for action.
Okay. I haven't received anything like that from those guys, but legislation number 0281-20 is sponsored by Otto So.
218.
Oh, it's 218, not 28. Okay, let me look for that one. 218. Okay.
Please mute your phones. We can hear conversation in the background. Thank you very much.
All right, 218 is an action relating to resources and development, budget and finance, and the Etiquette committees requests the U.S. Congress and U.S. President to approve additional federal funds for Navajo water projects throughout the Navajo Nation for the benefit of the Navajo people, Navajo chapters, Navajo communities, and all persons residing within the boundaries of the Navajo Nation. And this is sponsored by Vice Chair Smith, 0218-21.
Thank you, Shada. Back to Honorable Chair Henyo. That's been read into the heading has been read. Committee members, we have a Amendment 1. We have a motion by Chair Henyo to delete legislations 109-21 and also 0096-19, remove them off the agenda, and second by Honorable Nathaniel Brown. The other amendment is also included as to add on 0218-21. Committee members, any questions? If not, I'll go ahead and call for the question. Round the horn.
Okay, Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty, how do you vote?
Shadeja, this is Delegate Crotty. For the record, did we get a second? Did you let me know who the second was?
For Amendment 1, Honorable Madam Chair, Honorable Crotty, motion was made by Honorable Jamie Henio and second was made by Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Oh, thank you, Shadeja. Delegate Amber Canespa Crotty, I'll vote green. Thank you.
Okay, Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay.
I'll vote green.
Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio. Honorable Jamie Henio.
I vote green. I'm sorry, I was muted.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair is excused. Honorable Vice Chair Raymond Smith Jr., you have 4 in favor, 0 opposed, and Vice Chair not voting. Vice Chair.
Thank you for the roll call on that. We have Amendment 1 passed. Committee members, any other comments, questions on the main question on review and adopt the agenda? I don't hear any. So, Shada, could you do a second reading on the adoption of the agenda before we go into the vote?
Okay, yes, I can. What was the vote for the last? I'm sorry, for the Amendment 1?
401.
Okay, thank you. So the second reading is to add legislation 0218-21, and which would become a new 7E. And you're deleting legislation 0109-21 and legislation number 0096-19. Vice Chair. That's the second reading.
Thank you. Okay, Shada. Round the horn, please. Roll call vote for the main motion on the adoption of the agenda as read.
Okay, Vice Chair. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
I'll vote green.
I vote in favor.
Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Amber Canesba Crotty, how do you vote? Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote?
How about green?
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Amber Canesba Crotty, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Canesba Crotty, how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellow Hair is excused. Honorable Vice Chair, you have 3 in favor, 0 opposed, and Vice Chair not voting. Vice Chair.
Thank you for that roll call vote. We have an agenda in front of us. Moving on to number 4, review and adopt journal. There's none. Number 5, receive reports. We have an update on the Navajo Housing Authority presented by Dwayne Wasita, interim CEO of Navajo Housing Authority. Shada, could you kind of highlight us on that, and we'll continue with the receiving reports. I know we had a motion, but now we said that last time we lost a quorum, so we need to reestablish a motion. Could you give us a highlight on this report here? Yeah.
Thank you. There was a report that was presented by the Navajo Housing Authority on November 2nd, 2021. And they basically went over their summary of activities, their financial condition of the authority, the number of units and vacancies, and their accomplishments and their challenges. And I'm not sure if Mr. Wasita has other information that he wanted to share with the committee. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Shada, for that update. Now we have the report in front of us. Mr. Dwayne Wasita, CEO interim. You have the floor.
Good morning, Vice Chair Smith and committee members and audience. What we didn't cover was some of the questions that was posed by Honorable Begay and Ms. Cotty. And one of the things that I'll go through the list of items that we didn't cover. The first item of question was regarding the Lower Greasewood Sewer Lagoon. And that during the conversation, Honorable Begay was concerned about the store there was not hooked up to the area there, and the community people that were utilizing that. So for the areas that we have, and just give you a little bit more detailed background, Housing Authority has been working with Navajo Regional Office and the Albuquerque Facility Management, trying to look at areas, because we have roughly 85 individual housing units that would be impacted by the disconnect of the new school development. So part of this discussion that we had is that the Greasewood Springs Sewer Lagoon expansion will be housed to provide services to the non-school facilities there. And the one that once we build out there and we transfer the ownerships over to N2A to manage and operate, then N2A can grant access to the school once the transfer of plant has been completed after completion. So then the design work or whatever connection N2A has, they can grant that for any other individuals wanting to connect to that community system. There was another question posed to us about Delcon. The concerns there from Honorable Begay was regarding the new hospital being built there, and requesting areas of how can the Housing Authority build safety corridors along the highway. I had some communication afterwards with Mr. Honorable Begay, and he requested a meeting to go through details, because I'm assuming that the question poses to the state road or the BIA road, so we need to define what type of areas we're looking at for discussion purposes. One of the things that would be hard pressed is to determine the eligibility aspects of it for solar street lights. So this would require further consultation on HUD and seeing if it's an eligible activity, placing it on or building sidewalks and lighting in an established state road or a BIA route road. So so we have a meeting scheduled, planning a meeting to Mr. Honorable Begay to cover this topic in further discussion. Also, possibly the planned meeting with Honorable Begay is to look at other areas that we have. In 2014, Housing Authority established a master planning for several communities across the reservation with the chapter's involvement. I know one of the things of our concerns is that we have some potential areas to build out there, but because of the Little Colorado watershed lawsuit, there's some areas that we can't tap into. So those are some of the areas that we need to really determine the source of water that and the capacity if NTUA has that. So those are going to be further discussions which will carry over with the meeting I'll have with Honorable Begay once we establish a date this month to meet on that. So that's the questions that were posed from Honorable Begay. Ms. Cotty just I have written down that she had defer her questions. Chairman?
Thank you, Mr. Wasita, for the information and also recap on what has taken place at the last meeting on November 2nd of 2021 at the regular meeting of BMF. Committee members, motion?
Mr. Delegate Brown, on motion.
Brown's motion, second. Chair Henio. I'll recognize Chair Henio's second. Committee members, any questions regarding this report?
Vice Chair, this is Delegate Brown. Is Mr. Reseda, will he be continuing his report? I have some questions also. Thank you.
He concluded his report. We're up for questions now. Honorable Brown.
Okay. Yeah, thank you, Ananta. First, let me turn this other down. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Reseda. And thank you to all the Navajo Housing Authority employees who try their best in the insurmountable amount of red tape, both at the federal level and the Navajo Nation level, and the processes that you all have to work with. I know it's difficult. I've met with the interim CEO a few times, and I've met with the board as well. But with educating myself on the process, I have a lot of concerns with specifically Navajo housing, NHA dollars from HUD, the NAHASDA dollars. First, the elephant in the room, or maybe it's just me, is I was wondering if the rule of third, my number one most pressing question to Mr. Reseda and your team, and I hope that your board is listening also. For this coming FY, since we are ending this fiscal year right now, is the rule of third being applied to the Navajo Nation Housing Authority. And if you can expand very briefly on what that is. And also, can you please go back to when the rule of third, when Washington leadership, when Congress implemented that with HUD, well, what does that look for in Navajo Nation? My second question is, what is the highest amount that Navajo Housing Authority received from HUD, and what are we currently receiving now? My third question would be, if you can forward Navajo Nation leadership all the fundings that have been given to Navajo Housing Authority to build houses for our Navajo people. This would include the total amount of CARES Act funding, and then if you can send us information and expand on how it was spent and what the current balance is, and what you have planned for before the deadline. The other one would be the ARPA funds. How much ARPA funds will you be receiving? And the new funding with a bipartisan effort in Washington, D.C., the new funding that is coming, how much are you expected to receive? And if you were, if the rule of third was applied, I am guessing. If it is, well, does that mean we are not going to get additional funding from HUD? So, and then this would be the IHP. And if the next question would be on your IHP, the timeline on building. If you could, I know that by law you have to submit this to the funding agency, so you have to follow that process as well. So I'm really interested in the plans. And then also my final question, I'll have additional questions, but my final question on this first series would be, I lost my train of thought. I'm trying to look through my notes here. But that's it. If you can please respond to that. And the main thing is, if you can, I'm sure you and your staff, if maybe your staff, Darlene Yazzie, has this information, the whole printout on the total amount of funding that Navajo Housing Authority has received. And then, my last question was, this past fiscal year, how much money did you spend? This is just the regular funding that you get. So I know that we're talking about a few funding, and also of all the tribes, Navajo Nation does. If you can confirm that Navajo Nation does in fact get the most funding compared to other tribes, and I know that Navajo Housing Authority is one of, I believe, the top 5 biggest housing authority entity in the United States as well. So I could imagine the work is cut out for all of you. And what is it that Budget and Finance and the rest of the 24th Navajo Nation leadership can do to help you as well? I'm not here just to, and that's exactly what I stated in my prayer, is I'm not here to demean anyone or your work. I do appreciate Navajo Housing Authority, the staff, and like I said, I do appreciate that. But I feel like we are in a time right now where funding, we need to spend the money. And I know that there are a lot of shovel-ready projects out there on the Navajo Nation. I do know that our people are homeless. We do have a lot of individuals, our families are in multi-generational homes. And even I think the next thing to do would be to bring HUD to the Navajo Nation Council and see and hear from them also. And the reason why I want to do this is to make sure that we are spending the funding. That's the bottom line, is to spend the funding that is given for our people. So Eddie, I'm not just kidding, Chair. Thank you.
There's several questions that were posed. Committee members, any questions for the interim CEO of NHA? I don't hear any requests or anybody in the queue. So, Mr. Wasita, you have the floor.
Thank you. Vice Chair and Smith and Honorable Brown. To answer your question on here, on the report we have in terms of the way the legislation came up with the 3 times language, I'm assuming that's what we're talking about. The 3 times language was created back in 2018, and this was through consultations between the tribes and some of the areas of concerns during the part of the renegotiation of NAHASDA. And the 3 times language is based off of the funding factors that the tribes, the TDHEs, can't have more than 3 times the available funds in their 3 grant years. So the 3 times language last year program HUD, because of the CARES and the pandemic, there was a waiver not to be impacted the tribe. This year, there's still Navajo Housing Authority, because we didn't this year was probably the most challenging coming out of last year. One of the things that we sent a notice to HUD asking if they're going to expand the waiver for the 3 times language, which would say that any funds that are over the annual 3 times language balance would not be impacted by Housing Authority. We're still waiting for information back from HUD on a guidance to be issued or any kind of notice. So that is based on off of legislation. So we're hopeful that a notice will be issued, and that would help us out. The other question regarding the amounts of the IHP, there's one board, I think it was last year on Navajo Nation Council, that we outlined all of the funds that have been contributed since 1996 to the nation. We can put that together and submit that out to BNF or the council to have that information readily available. And I believe that there was a request back in April, which we provided a baseline report. I need to find it. I don't have it in front of me, but that information was documented in terms of how much was spent and what was still available in the grant period. The other question regarding ARPA, in the booklet that we have in the summary activities, I had an outline of programs. There's 7 response programs that Housing Authority put together in conjunction with HUD to meet their area, their eligibility requirements. This year's notice that came out, NHA or Navajo Nation was in NHA was allocated $49.7 million. Out of the $49 million, we have, I'll go back over this. We have the response for some public housing rentals for apartments in Winter Rock. The second response area that we have part of this program is the former Bennett Freeze areas of 21 units out there. The third response area that we have for is improvements of existing infrastructure. One sewer lagoon that we have in Greasewood Springs, sewer lagoon in Tetlatiti, Hibito, Arizona, sewer lagoon, and then Rock Springs sewer lagoon, water main, and Tohajili sewer lagoon. Those are the systems of improvements that we're spending money to respond, because these are aging systems that have not had any type of improvement since the actual development of there. So we're investing money on there so that the clients that utilize and the community that utilize these lagoons will have continuous service and they won't be forced, their systems not to have sanitation. The other fourth response on the infrastructure part of the ARPA here is new infrastructures. Lukachukai water line extension that we worked with BIA schools and us to improve, to bring a new water line in for our new subdivision and for the new school. The other area is the Winter Rock water tank that we have then for community. Because of the water pressure, we're building that water tank out so it'll support community in that area and plus to support the area. New area, Hibito, that we're looking at is a new sewer lagoon to support some housing units that we built there. And the Housing Authority is working with the chapter in Kaibito to build this new lagoon in the area that they have already designated. Part of the new infrastructure here is support some off-site utilities or scattered sites for the Bennett Freeze, part of the new construction. And the last portion of this is the Midden Rock, Arizona road access for 20 units. We're building out a mile road to give upgrade the dirt road access to the subdivision here. Part of the next response area here area is the ventilation interior improvement for public rentals for 427. We have some public rentals that have some aging areas. We're going to look at doing HEPA system upgrades for those units. So we have 400 units that are going to be part of that. Part of the other areas in response 6 was the 1937 housing. These are older units that need foundation repairs to make them occupiable. We have 39 that's going to go into here to utilize that so we can respond and provide housing for those communities. The last is the response is acquisition of property. So road access in the Hawk area, Arizona for a new housing development site. This real property acquisition will contribute to the project of moving forward to having access to this area. So we have a total of 7 responses that we're going to be utilizing programs to put this $49 million in motion for area. And the majority of what we're doing with American Rescue is infrastructure, sewer lagoons and water lines for some communities, which if we look at the N2A portion, there's a little different from ours. We made sure that we don't have any duplication of services, and these areas here for sewer lagoons is very critical as we build out and build and add to some of the development sites we have here, and that will increase some of our housing. The last question in terms of the IHP timeline. The timeline within IHPs, every year we have the submittal requirements to HUD. And the timeline that we submitted with every year, we have to have everything in place and submit it to them by July 18th. That's the deadline. So the submittal aspects of it, we submit it to them by July 18th, and then they have the 2 months. As for the 2022 program IHP, that was submitted and was deemed in compliance, and we received our notice back. But in the notice it says that due to the unappropriated funds yet from Congress, that they will not give us a funding notice. Most likely our funding notice don't come in until May or June of every program year, so that's what we anticipate next year. It'll come in about May or June. The last question about bringing HUD, we can make that. I can make that request to HUD office out of the Phoenix to present. I know one of the times that we looked at the council type training, the basics, the foundations of NAHAZA 101, because of the several questions that we always receive regarding income-based eligibility activities and stuff. And I think that I'll make a reach out to them and see the availability, and then I can get that back to the council and seeing if there's some of the council members are interested in taking a NAHAZA 101. It's a NAHAZA Essentials training that gives you the overview of the whole program and all the activity and the requirements. Chairman Smith, I'll turn that back over to you. I hope that information helps out in terms of the reporting that I provided. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Interim Navajo Housing Authority CEO, Mr. Wasita, for the response to Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Committee members, any other further questions or concerns regarding this report from NHA?
This is Delegate Brown, follow-up.
Honorable Brown, I'll recognize your follow-up question. You have the floor.
Thank you, Vice Chair Smith. Thank you, Mr. Wasita. I believe that you did not answer. Well, actually, it's not that. You did not answer a lot of my questions. I don't know how you want me to state this, but my first question back to you is, well, is the Navajo Housing Authority in danger of not receiving funds for this coming fiscal year? Would be my number one question. So yes or no to that. And after that would be why. And I know that there are other big, and then the other thing is if you can, I think you did say that you sent out previously, but today I'm asking if you can forward to the 24th Navajo Nation Council all the breakdown of, I know that you were supposed to report over like about a month ago. I'm sure that you had ample time to collect all the information that you would think that you and your team and your attorneys would need to provide to Budget and Finance Committee. So again, if you can forward, I'm waiting on my email right now. I'm looking at the HUD website as well, Secretary Marcia El Fudge's press release. So I'm looking at the funding that was given to all the tribes across the United States to combat COVID and building houses. It's what this is the funding that's allocated to Navajo specifically. So again, the breakdown of the funding. If you can answer, and feel free to answer in different ways after, if it's a yes or a no, are we going to lose any funding? And the other things, you did explain some of the ideas of projects that might be funded. So if you can also tell me if those are shovel construction ready. The other thing that I've been meeting with yourself and the board, as well as the interim or the acting when you're not in your office, I've met with Heather Duncan as well. So I've been stopping at your office, trying my best to educate myself and to see how we as elected leadership can help Navajo Housing Authority. There's a lot of when we post this, I know that our people, especially our college students, are also asking, there's land by Twin Arrows. We do have a good amount of our Navajo students who I know is below the federal poverty income guideline that are attending Arizona or NAU, Northern Arizona University. There is Coconino Community College there. I know that there's Northern Pioneer College that's nearby in Holbrook and Winslow as well. And I know in Albuquerque, we've tried this with CSN dollars, and it seems like it has been pretty successful. And our people, I know we've received inquiries from parents and even students for housing assistance. I know that, I think we're all aware that our Navajo students tend to drop out because of the cost of living is pretty expensive, especially in lodging, hotels, even the dorm rooms are pretty expensive. So what are some of your plans in that area also? But if you can, before I'm sorry, I don't want to confuse you, but if you can respond to my very first question, are we at risk of losing funds because of the rule of the third? So if you can respond to that and why. Thank you.
Negotiation and that, Honorable Brown. Committee members, before I send the floor back over, any questions regarding this report? I don't hear any, so I'll turn the floor back over to Mr. Waseda. There is a question posed by Honorable Brown. You have the floor.
Vice Chairman, Honorable Brown. So the first question is NHA is in danger of not receiving funding for this coming program year. The one area that we have is 3 times languages. Yes, we may have not receiving, but we will have a reduction in terms of some funding. But the 3 times language that we have from what our expenditure is $22 million, $22.5 million. But this is part of this is what we're asking, because last year they waived the 3 times language requirements, which this year we requested if HUD is going to provide that same waiver again, because other tribes are in the same area there of not meeting their areas of the 3 times language. And this is where the HUD hasn't issued out all of the full funding award, in which we've been monitoring that. So there's been a notice been already given out. In terms of this year for Housing Authority expenditures, we expended a little over 58 million, but this is due to some of the areas of some of the procurement aspects of it, some of the projects not able to go through because of COVID that was lingering in the early sets of some of the procurement activities. So we still have evidence of that still going on that's impacting the actual projects being initiated. In terms of breakdown of project and funding sources, as I mentioned earlier, within the booklet that I provided, that we had the CARES, originally Navajo Housing Authority received 22.3 million. In terms of the CARES portion, there's 19.1 million there. This here has, because of the struggles of the requirements here, when they first initiated the approval in August of 2022 or 2020, the monies were allocated to address for several activities, isolation, testing, PPEs, and all that. But some of the duplication guidance requirements from HUD impacted some of the expenditures. So we're currently going through the review phases of some of the activities in terms of the IHP CARES. One of the big initiatives that we're looking at is adding some of the projects. And in terms of a project in Kayenta with Sandstone, they have a little over 67 homes that have been vacant. We'll put the CARES under there to provide funding for them to address those vacant use so they can provide housing. The other projects that initiated in this IHP CARES is a proposal that came from the veterans for to provide some assistance for some of the units that needed to be repaired, which Mr. Jim Zerline has given us a request of some of the clientele and some of the repairs. The other areas of the CARES are some of the internal program activities that we're doing within Housing Authority. That will roll out this year, and it's currently the listing on that portion to expend the 19 million this year is on motion and will be presented to the board this coming month in December. Mentioned earlier the ARP portion of it. We had 49.7 million. That's earmarked for projects that have been deemed ready to go. And those activities will be consistent with working with design build activities in there in order to get those working out faster in conjunction with partnerships with NQA to roll this out. This is one thing that has been worked on for the past several months. The balance and currents of the lots that we have, these are Indian Housing Block Grant monies. We have roughly $217 million, or 217. That's from the last payments. So currently, with those projects here, with the lots, we have $175 million in projects that are going through different phases, and this includes some major development construction sites in Cornfield, Arizona, Rock Springs, Lukachukai, Winter Rock, Talani Lake. Then we have several scattered sites that we're doing that's part of this portion of across the reservation from Bennett Freeze. There's roughly over about 100 scattered sites that we're doing with this initiative with the current fund source that we have. There's a total of 265 units that's currently under contract and 37 units of housing HOs. And with what's being planned out with areas there is going to address with the money that we have that's been carried. So those are some activities that cover the fund sources that we have. Vice Chair, last question about student housing. This has been a question that we were working with gaming at one of the areas. We have some property on the west side of Twin Arrows that we purchased around the Wawana Road. When we went through the initial early phases of looking at how we can provide student housing out there, we looked at it as a large area that needed to be infrastructure. The evaluation that we've completed in that time to support housing in those areas for natives, Navajos that live and go to school or work at the casinos or work in the community there, we needed an investment a little over $150 million. Because on that portion of the area there's no community system. Everything's all built off of wells. There's no local infrastructure to support there. Plus, there's no sewer lagoons in areas. So, those are some of the areas that we were looking at in terms of earlier in the year of looking at how we're going to build out some of those areas around the properties that we have acquired. But there's still discussions in there of how we provide those services. As this morning's discussion we had with regarding homelessness in Albuquerque area. There's some activities there, but there's a big need to determine those level of priorities across there, because as every year it continues to the snowball starts to build, and it's looking at those priorities and some of the areas that if we utilize NAHASA funds, making sure that they fill in those eligibility requirements, because as you mentioned earlier, there is a lot of bureaucracy, either within our own travel process or the state process or the federal levels, and it's how to maneuver around those areas to make these things successful is one of the critical things that we all need to look at. I'll turn that, hopefully that answers your question, Honorable Brown, and I'll turn it back over to you, Vice Chair.
Well, thank you, Mr. Wasita, for rebuttal on the question that was posed. Back to committee members. Any further questions?
This is Delegate Brown.
Honorable Brown, I'll go ahead and recognize you. You have the floor.
Yeah, Nana. Thank you. I do appreciate the discussion here. I know that in my chapters we continue to look for innovative and creative ways to bring housing to our Navajo people. We're all aware that this pandemic, one of the big reasons why our people ultimately they have passed from COVID is some of them are multi-generational homes, multiple families, Masaneche, the parents and the children and grandchildren living under one household. Usually it's a small household, and if one person goes out and is exposed, bringing the virus back to everyone. We've seen that. I'm speaking specifically for my communities of Chilchimbito, Chichimbitodo, Danahotodo, Turanishche, and what we have seen. And I know that these dollars and additional dollars with the CARES Act funding, the ARPA fundings, and then the new funding that is coming also, which is, I know that, the bipartisan effort, there was another huge amount, I believe $1.2 trillion. And now our job here in leadership is to identify and have strategic plans on how to spend some of these funding. And if we need help, NHA, we're here, and how. So you mentioned, I think you said 22 million we're going to receive less in that funding. So what happens to the federal dollars that is reverted back to HUD? If you can please expand on that, on what happens to the funds. And that 22 million is a lot, or 20 million is a lot of money, however amount that you mentioned. It is a lot of money. Imagine how many houses that we could build for our veterans, for our young families. And also the other thing is, I'm saying these because my three chapters, we get so frustrated with the Navajo Nation, even for myself, with the process. Therefore, we created a nonprofit 501c3 in hopes that we will write grants, which we're doing. We did receive a little bit of money, but it's not enough to build. 20 million. Oh my gosh! Can you imagine what our Navajo Nation our enterprises could have done with that if you have given? And just yesterday, President and Vice President met with Zenny Homes, and we, myself and Delegate Paul Begay, did meet with Zenny Homes in the former NGS in Lechi, Arizona. So there's so many organizations out there that are willing to build houses, and they have done it. So I'm going to continue to be meeting with you, and the reason for that is you're the organization, with the TDHE getting HUD dollars funds now, and I feel like NHA is not building the housing in an adequate amount of time. And yes, you are correct that we're still in a four chapters. This is probably like the sixth time I'm saying this to you. In Denahoto, we have 150 acres. It has sewer, water, power line now, fiber optic cable for Wi-Fi. Our chapter has the Elon Musk internet system. So we are ready. The infrastructure is there. My other question would be back to you said with the college dorms, college housing. You said there was a couple holdups there. So what are again some of the holdups and how and the next thing is, how can we put these dollars together? I think we're at the most opportune time on the Navajo Nation to put some of these fundings together, whether it be CHSN dollars, from UUFB, from NAHAZA dollars, ARPA funding, and some of the new funding that are coming. And can you also, in fact, do bond financing with these dollars? My understanding is that these fundings have expiration dates as well. So are we in danger of losing any of these funds also? My final thought would be, please respond to all of these. I'm really interested, and I will invite you to Navigate Committee, and we want to give you, maybe you will be the only person on that agenda, because housing is so important to our Navajo people. We just want to invite you, so the rest of council, we want to put our heads together. We want to bring solutions, not just complaints, but I want to bring solutions on how we can build homes for our Navajo people. And if you can, at that time, invite someone from HUD, invite them for a few days to be here on Navajo. Let's take them to some of these homes. I can show you homes. I can show you our Navajo people who live underground. I can show you Navajo people who live in severely dilapidated homes. I want them to see that. I want them to drive on our roads. I want them to see where these dollars are going. And I think that will allow us. And then let's talk about how we can dismantle through HUD some of these policies that are slowing us down. So I'm concerned until I see homes being built, until I see that, I think I'll be more comfortable, because our people there's not a day that I have our elders calling me, their grandchildren sending me information, even burnouts. So the skagwash the ado ben de nishi atishna shananda do the obayash kita do the ojen nejinida a ko eben yekwe hakon dan kidini do kwen kita to hanne halo a ko dilakhet wan linigi jo a ben not just see what things since have one lini ben not just ha hon and the neba da jo by hashin ne da kabezet na fashin batan ado da do ka da jo by sa kida bit one da ten da dan da hot an ta hanne ko hawani si a sahakat or ni la hamad la ni la haja la ni la e ban sa ke so bechi ya ki ado sa kida zani don ke den hot ashal ta halnegi e ba yashti ko I feel like we're taking this enough time. I could actually talk about this throughout the day to really dismantle on how we can help NHA, how we can work together. So again, Mr. Waseda, thank you for your report. Please answer my questions. Again, what happens to those fundings that are reverted back to HUD? What happens to those funds? And then just give us kind of a scale of a current 3-bedroom house. How much does that cost? I believe it was over 200,000. 231,000, I think, is how much it would cost. So that 20,000, how many houses would that have built on the Navajo Nation for our Navajo people? A call, and then I'll be listening for your response. Yeah.
Well, thank you, Honorable Brown, for those questions based off of Navajo Housing Authority's endeavors to get houses and utilizing the funding, and those are good questions. Housing is important. Housing is needed throughout the Navajo Nation, and yes, there's a lot of folks out there that don't have adequate homes, and we need to ensure that they get adequate homes. We have ARPA funds coming through. We had CARES money, and there is hope out there in the horizon, but we just need to get together and move these things forward as a holistic way of helping our people out there. Committee members, any other questions before I turn the floor over to CEO interim? Mr. Waseta, I don't think there's anybody that's on the line to ask any questions.
Vice Chair Smith, this is Delegate Crotty with the question.
Okay, I'll recognize you, Shemayaja, for wanting to ask a question to the interim CEO, Mr. Waseta. You have the floor.
Vice Chair. Thank you, Vice Chair and committee members. So I want to thank Mr. Waseta for your report today and understanding the complexities and how Navajo Nation leadership needs to have a thorough understanding of the challenges. And so since we have the Washington office, what I'm going to request is then what are the legislative solutions for our congressional leadership to understand the challenges on Navajo and to make sure that our funding is not reverted back. I think in terms of how these fundings are put together, it benefits smaller tribes, smaller nations, lower population. And now we know with U.S. Treasury and understanding the formula and what it takes to move some of this money, I think that's what I'm looking for is at what level do we need to change some of these policies to be in the best interest of Navajo Nation and continue to adamantly support housing. Well, Naha's the dollar. So I'm looking at it as supporting the dollars. I do have questions and concerns regarding the operations and how things get done, but I think right now for the focus of this report, Vice Chair, if I could get an idea of how the nation can support to make sure these dollars are not reverted and that Navajo Nation maintains their position that because of our need, we have to have these dollars. We have to have our federal partners continue with the trust responsibility. And this funding formula is something that President Biden and his team can possibly look at like executive order to provide some relief. so that this funding can be used for the Navajo people, which is the intent of when those dollars were appropriated. That's, I think, my challenge, that I would need some answers and direction so that as the committee, we can make sure these dollars are not reverted, and working with the Office of the President and Vice President. Thank you, Pro Tem Chair and committee members.
Well, thank you, Honorable Crotty. Committee members, any other questions?
Vice Chair Smith, Chair Henio.
Chair Henio, I'll give you the floor. You have the floor.
Yeah, it's just me. I do have some questions regarding the satellite communities, but I'll wait for the response from the previous questions to then maybe I might still have a question or not. At the same time, for the Eastern area, I believe Chairman Yazzie with Eastern Navajo Land Commission is online, and if you could yield the floor to him, ask a question regarding housing in Eastern Navajo. Vice Chair Smith.
Negotiate Chair Henio, honor your request. Chairman Edmund Yazzie, I'll give you the floor.
Yeah, Vice Chair, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay, thank you, sir. And then committee members, and everyone else that is online, I'm calling from my place in Coolidge. And I thank Chair Henio for allowing me to speak. But I just have a few questions. I want to thank the presenter from NHA on the report regarding housing. And my question, Chair and committee members, to the CEO of NHA is that what's the possibility of bringing up the legislation that we sponsored several years ago about veterans getting free homes? It was passed by the previous council, and it was going good, but it was the board that decided that we couldn't do that anymore. But before we did that, I know I told my colleagues before, is that a lot of studies was done when we did that legislation, and working with HUD and working with the late John King and working with the president's office. And that's why it went through, but the board said no more. And so I'd like to see if we could bring that back up, in the future or very soon. Then my second question is, I don't know if anyone is on from the president's office, the executive. What's the chances of having the TDHE going back to Navajo Nation? Has the president's office talked about this, the executive, Mr. Zerline, or the chief of staff? That's my only two questions. Again, Chair and Budget and Finance Committee, I really appreciate this time for the questions that I have. Thank you, Vice Chair and committee members. Sir.
Bushy, thank you for those questions. They'll be provided to the interim CEO. We have three questions that were three delegates that requested answers from the interim CEO. Committee members, before I turn the floor over, is there any other questions? Mr. Wasita, you have the floor.
Thank you, Vice Chair Smith. In terms of, hopefully I got all the questions written down for Honorable Brown. One of the areas that he pointed out, they had 150 acres for housing, I believe in Kayenta. I asked the last meeting when that was brought up, if there's some maps information I can be provided. I think, I'm not sure if that was provided to staff, but if you have that information, I would like to request that and to see where these programs can help in terms of that community. The other question that came out was bond financing. In the past, Navajo Housing Authority was looking at leveraging funds through NAHAZA through bond financing, new market in an area. One of the things that from my, just some of my knowledge of it, it was a complex process because of the Navajo Nation structure and getting the financing through. I'm not sure the full details of how and what happened with those because back in 2015, 2016, they were looking at using bond finance and new market fundings to build some of these areas. This is similar to the same type of fundings that they use like for tax credits with low-income tax credits. So those are options that can happen with, but one of the things I know that you have to have some seed money to blend with that. So those are some options that can happen with the nation if, but we need to look at it in more detail. For myself is research what has happened in the past in terms of some of the opportunities that they were trying to look at in terms of the bond financing. The other areas for deadlines, we have the ARP deadlines that we have. It's a 3-year program deadline that we put in place for all of the projects that we have, and these projects here are going to be completed before the 3-year deadline that we have established. And the funds from the legislations aren't the way I read it is that the monies are there until the project or until the money's all spent with the ARP. In terms of the deadlines for the CARES is this year, the 2-year window. So that's why we're looking at projects there to fund that we can assist and expend a lot easier without having to go through the full environmental. One of the biggest things that we have to do with some of the ones that we're looking at with CARES is the environmental review process. So we pick projects that were submitted and requested for areas that don't need to go do the full environmental evaluations. So the Indian Housing Plan deadlines is a 2-year window from the time of allocation, and those funds just roll over. They have a 2-year window for completions in terms of spending those funds. The other question that we had with the funds that we potentially may impact us with the 3 times language. Those funds will be basically they'll be left in the coffer and through my understanding through the line of credit, and so depending on how the money is allocation, they just withhold that and they keep it in the coffer. And I believe from previous years those coffers were open for reallocations. So those are some of the areas of where that money will lie in the fund sources that's there. Okay. The last question that I had here was that the average home that's being built for a 3-bedroom, I believe you were saying was 290. The houses there, you're probably looking at about 100 homes, but this doesn't include all of the other activities to carry out the program. With the average costs that we're covering out with the infrastructure and everything's coming around a little over 320,000, 340,000 when we have to include power line right-of-ways, power lines and service lines, connections to those, and those costs are all part of the total development cost for the housing portion of it. The other question that was asked in terms of solutions, I think one of the biggest things, and I mentioned this earlier, the Navajo Nation is very data rich in terms of what we want to do and how we want to do it. But how do we pull that together in terms of? And I think one of the things from this morning's discussion when I was part of the housing call, there was other tribes on there, and they were saying their biggest problems that they have on there. I noticed when I was comments was infrastructure. Availability infrastructure would mean roadways, telecommunications, utilities, all of that was what was affordable because of what the high-end cost of infrastructure to build out That's one of the things that we need to really, I think that would be the main focus in order to really build out a lot of the areas of the Navajo Nation. Because one of the things that I look back and when I used to be employed with the Bureau of Indian Affairs, there was a roadway priority listing. And a lot of those roadway priority listings that that I performed activities on back in mid-90s, they still haven't been put together. The other areas that we got to look at is supply chain demands for the nation. We got to have borrow pits. We got to have materials to build out a lot of this area. As I see some of the activities that we're doing, we're trucking in gravel from other parts of the reservation. We don't utilize what resources we have here. My understanding from the roadway in Saley area, we're bringing in gravel from Utah, Ute Mountain. The high cost on some of the stuff that we need to look at this area of solution is we need to identify resources on the nation to build our roads, we can build housing under those areas, plus at the same time infrastructure. As you see some of the areas that we have that we're doing in ARP, these are old infrastructures that haven't had any improvements over the last 30 to 40 years, and they're critical for communities to build out. So the solution is that we need to focus on the infrastructure, and this will spawn housing and spawn other areas of the economic developments. And that's one of the recommendations. How do we pull all of our resources together to look at how do we build out the reservation? And I know that one of the things that I always talked about, the family unities, and I'm grateful that we use that concept. And I think this is one thing as we take is how do we do this? Because Housing Authority is part of the programs here, but we all have other areas here that are part of the Navajo Nation aspects of it in the BIA. We need to really pull those areas together in terms of how do we really roll out and develop these areas that are in need to foster homes in economic development. So Honorable Brown, I hope that answers gives you some of the feedback. Ms. Cotty, what is the solution for legislative? I think the legislative solution is looking at the actual programs that we have and how all of those programs are impacted by the day-to-day activities that we do within the nation. And I think one of the things from our level for any type of areas of funds that's maybe impacted how it comes down and hits the reservation and not meeting those deadlines, we need to have that open communications of figuring out how that from a congressional level is approved down to how Navajo Nation processes are developed that may, or not developed, but that are established that may impact rolling out some of these programs. And I believe through the ARP and CARES, we've identified some of these areas. Now it's looking at some of those areas there, how do we address those? And I think there's not just ourselves, but I think there's other programs bringing those collaborative efforts together to seeing what's the best practice on coming together with a solution. The other question for Honorable Edmund Yazzie regarding the possibility of veteran-free homes. I know that back in 2016 there was legislation, everything was approved through Navajo Nation Council. But my previous board in 2018 rescinded that resolution and created the resolution not just paying off giving free homes, but their process, or I guess at that time, and idealism was that they were going to not give away free homes, but utilize funding that was available to offer more assistance with rental reliefs in terms of veterans and the pay downs for home ownerships and then assistance. But I need to touch base and look at the resolution in more detail on the area of changes that the board made in 2018. Vice Chair, I'll turn it back over to you. I hope that answers some of the questions that you have.
Thank you, Mr. Wasita. Committee members, any further questions? Committee members, before I turn the floor back over Chair Henyo, do we have any questions?
Vice Chair Smith, thank you for recognizing me. Just some of the questions I had already had been answered already. So, but just one is that on the availability of land when it comes to development, and I always understand that's always one of the issues that's an obstacle before NHA is land. And so just wanted to, I've been, I guess, bringing this out since I came on board with 24th Navigation Council, is the community of Tojile, Eastern Navajo, is that there is land available. It's been there for quite some time. And with the previous CEOs, I've talked to Mr. Doug, and then Mr. Dayish, and then now Mr. Wasita. And it seems like I don't have a definite answer as far as new development for the East Tojile area. And so there is water coming, fresh water coming from the Albuquerque Tojile water next year. So that should not be an issue. And so I just wanted to see if that's still within the radar of Navajo Housing Authority when it comes to new development in the eastern area of the Navajo Nation. And so that'd be my question, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Chair Henyo. Committee members, any other questions? If not, Mr. Wasita, you have the floor.
Vice Chair and Honorable Jamie Henyu, you're correct. The one thing that was brought up in 2018 was a discussion that was given to then CEO Craig Dougal. We evaluated that area there, and at the time we did some planning. We had a planning manager look at the area, look at conceptions in terms of how many units can be utilized in there. One of the things that was brought up was the sewer lagoon in terms of getting capacity, then plus at the same time getting that in motion to repair before we can add any more units to that there. So the concept that we're looking at is fixing this community system, because the East Tojile units that we have out there are supported by just one system. So building the sewer lagoon system will give that capacity to add more homes there, and then at the same time work in conjunction of some future planning for the water line. I'm not sure if we have been invited on some of those communications area, but that's something that I would request to provide so we can at least engage some of the planning timelines of some of the waters that we've been coming. Because I know that in the past we've been having the community's been struggling with the well motor burning out, and then having to truck water to the community there. So we'll continue the efforts there as we get this sewer lagoon rebuilt and put the expansion there for the community. Vice Chair Smith, turn it back over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Wasita. Members, Are we ready to vote?
Vice Chair, this is Delegate Brown.
Floor. Recognize.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Vice Chair. Out of Budget and Finance. Again, my final, Mr. Wasita and your team from Navajo Housing Authority, I would need your help. I just called the Phoenix HUD office numerous times on West Messages, myself and my LDA. I called the 602-379-4461. In the next 30 days, if I can make a directive, Chair, in the next, let's say, 30 days, if we can invite Navajo Housing Authority, Mr. Wasita, the board president, and a HUD representative to give a report to our Navigatia at the beginning of next month, and to give us a report. The main part of that would be the funding, if they can report to us the full amount. So I would like for the board to understand that they're on the same page as with the CEO, as well as HUD and Navajo Nation leadership. We can find creative, innovative ways on building housing. What I'm also hearing from Mr. Wasita is that the lumber and all these costs have an impact on building. I know that as many homes who were pushing and supporting and building a housing manufacturing company in one of the warehouses at the former NGS location. One of the maybe we can work with them, and we can also work with other organizations around Navajo to spend some of these funding. I think it's always good practice, best practice to spend as much as the funding, knowing that we have a lot of other funding that we are sitting on as a Navajo Nation. I would hate to lose or turn any of these fundings. $20 million is a lot of money. I think that the nation, there should be an uproar from homeless Navajo people, including multi-generational homes, our college students that are scrambling to put their monies together to make ends meet, just so they can continue their higher education. I think this is a huge disadvantage to our Navajo people who need homes, and I know plenty of people who need homes. But in the spirit of working together, I would like to make a directive to bring, again, the board president, NHA board president, the CEO, whoever you would like to bring your funding manager or your fiscal agent. I'm not sure if that's Mr. Duncan from your office. And also bring like an army of the HUD representative, either from Phoenix. I don't know if where they're at. I tried calling them, and if we need to go to Denver, or if we need to reach out to the HUD office in Washington, D.C. Again, we're sitting on a lot of money, and we all need to get on the same page. So that would be my directive, Chair, to bring these NHA, HUD, and representative and board chair to Navigatia to give us a full report. And if we can just, or maybe we can have a work session that's set aside specifically for HUD, so we're not rushing. It seems like we're always trying to, I know that we were very busy. So Chair, I would like to make that directive, sir. Thank you.
There's one or two ways we can handle this. Next week is Navigatia committee meeting, and we could do is work with the advisor and have them bring the board and have them be at the November 18th meeting, or we could go with a directive, and after we do the motioning and voting on this report, then we can go into the voting of the directive with the legislative council language in place with the directive that you're requesting to have for the board members to be part of this meeting to give a report to Navigatia. Honorable Brown.
Vice Chair, I think next week was a great idea. However, my problem and our problem is trying to get a hold of HUD staff I think we would need more time. And I'm listening to other recommendations. Let's get Navajo Washington office involved as well. Since the nation, we did vote for a lot of funding to go their way. I think that this leadership, this body, will continue to work with the Navajo Nation Washington office. So I know Resource and Development RDC committee has also made recommendations to visit either the Phoenix or Denver office. That can stay. I think our interface and constant communication with HUD is non-existent with Navajo leadership. And if we can, the more meetings we have, the better it is, so we can get some of these legislative correction and policies that we need. So the sooner the better. I don't know, Mr. Wasita, when can you bring HUD to Navajo Nation? Thank you.
On the directive, if you're going to go with the directive, could you work with legislative council to get that language prepared, so after we do the voting on the receiving reports, then we can entertain the directive? Otherwise, we just go with the next meeting on the 8th imperative. And I know that the time frame is real quick, and folks like to travel here and there to be with members of their family. But I'll leave that up to you, Honorable Brown, on behalf of that. Committee members, any other questions?
Vice Chair, this is Dwayne.
Interim CEO, Mr. Wasita, you have the floor.
Vice Chair and Honorable, my recommendation to you, I'll do a reach out this week to the Phoenix SWANAP office and seeing their schedule. I know that they do have limitations on travel. Let me do a reach out to their administrator, and what I would recommend probably to get the first step, looking at a work session aspects of it to cover some of the areas dealing with legislations and processing some of the eligibility programs. That's my recommendation to you all, Vice Chair.
Possibly have a work session. Is that feasible on behalf of the recommendation provided by the interim CEO? Back to you, Honorable Brown.
Vice Chair, that would be great. Anywhere on the Navajo Nation where we can have the accommodations. I think at the same time, just briefly showing them some of the housing on Navajo would be great. I know anything in person is better than pictures. But if they're unable to travel, as Mr. Wasita stated, the next thing in person would be my first priority. And if that doesn't work, Zoom is always available these days. So, I think the next 30 days, the sooner the better. Mr. Wasita, if you can make that contact today, if your staff can do that, that would be great. Thank you.
Honorable Brown, we'll go ahead and have Mr. Wasita work with that and get a work session going, whether it's on the Navajo Nation, and make those accommodations, and we will wait for his word on behalf of that. So I take it as there will be no directive as we speak. Mr. Wasita is wanting to facilitate that and have a work session, and then we can move forward with the Navajo Housing Authority issues that we have at hand here. Ashwat.
Yes, that will work.
Committee members, I think we're ready to vote on the Navajo Housing Authority report here. Committee members, any last questions or comments regarding this report? I don't hear any. So could we have a roll call vote around the horn, please? Chair Henio. Before we go to the roll call vote, Chair Henio, I'll give you the floor.
I'd like to request a meeting with Mr. Wasita regarding a resolution
NHA-4877-2019. I'd like to discuss that resolution with him separately, not to take up too much of the committee's time. I'll put him on notice that I'd be calling him regarding that resolution, sir. Vice Chair Smith, thank you.
Christine, Honorable Chair Henio, do you want that to be presented at this point in time, or do you want to wait at a later time?
For the sake of time, I'll call him personally and have a one-to-one meeting with him regarding that resolution. Vice Chair Smith.
Christine, well, go ahead and honor that. That will be between the CEO and Chair Henio regarding that resolution. Committee members.
Vice Chair, this is Peggy.
Peggy, go ahead. You have the floor.
Okay, just for clarification then, within 30 days, possibly 30 days, Mr. Waseda will contact HUD and invite them to come to the Navajo Nation to meet with the Navi. Is that right? In a work session? And that's going to be facilitated by NHA. Will this discussion also include the veterans housing that Mr. Yazzie brought up? Honorable Yazzie, that question about the veterans housing.
Christina Shada, yes, that will include the veterans housing because that's part of the legislation that was proposed. That funding that's for, and why not have veterans nominations.
Vice Chair, your reception isn't that good. We're starting to hear kind of, we're losing your call, I guess, is what I was trying to say.
How about now? Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay, I'll stand still. Yes, Shada, that will be part of the 30-day endeavors to get this work session going, inclusive of the veterans. Thank you. Could we have a roll call vote on, have a motion and a second? Motion by Honorable Nathaniel Brown, second by call vote.
Sherelle, are you available?
Yeah. Okay, Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes in favor. Thank you.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Amber Knesset Crotty, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
I'll vote green.
Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Honorable Amber Knesset Crotty, how do you vote?
Stasia, this is Delegate Crotty. I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Knesset Crotty votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair is excused. Honorable Vice Chair Raymond Smith, you have 4 in favor, 0 opposed, and Vice Chair not voting. Vice Chair.
Well, thank you for the roll call vote. Report passes. Before I move on to receiver reports on B, I'd like to turn the floor and the gavel over to Chair Henio. I think he's in a better location, and I'm starting to lose reception out here. It might be the clouds or something's going on. Chair Henio.
Akiala, Vice Chair Smith, for taking over, and I appreciate.
Recording in progress.
Hold on here.
Can you hear me, Peggy?
Yes, yes, we can hear you.
Okay, good. I finally figured out the Zoom thing here. So I have my reception is a whole lot better right now than when I was joining my phone, but let's move forward. Again, Vice Chair Smith for taking the helm. Well, I was having issues here, and right now I believe I solved it. As if I can hear, everybody can hear me clearly. Moving forward on our agenda here, we have item B on our report, update on CARES Fund Hardship Assistance Phase 2, presented by Ms. Elizabeth Begay, our acting interim controller for the Office of the Navajo Nation Controller's Office. So with that, Ms. Begay, are you on the line?
Yes, Mr. Chair Hinio. This is Elizabeth Begay, and good afternoon. I'm here to report on the status of the Hardship 2 Assistance Program under the CARES Fund. First, I would like to report that there's total available balance of $42,199,334 for the Hardship 2. That includes the interest income earned as of the end of October of $329,399. With the Hardship 2, the application period ended September 30th, and the temporary employees that we hired were busy entering the applications of approximately 35,000 into a spreadsheet last month, October. And for this month to date, we issued 141 checks totaling $144,450. And that's for 90 adults at $1,350 each, and 51 minors for total of $22,950, and that's for $450 each minor. And today we anticipate to submit to accounts payable the 13,931 checks. This will be the second batch for a total of $14,932,350, and that's for $9,626 for minor and $4,305 for adults. So let me correct that. That's for 9,626 adults for $1,350 each. So that total to $12,995,100. And there will be 4,305 to be issued to minors for a total of $1,937,250 for $450 each. And the rest, the staff, they're still resolving issues with the vital records. We found that the applications that they submitted to us did not match the vital records information that was submitted to the portal that was maintained by our former consultant, Baker Tilly. So we're working closely with Ron Duncan from Vital Records to resolve the issues about the CIB not matching with the vital records. So overall, we calculated approximately 38 million will be disbursed for Hardship 2 cash assistance program. Therefore, the $42,199,334 available balance is sufficient to fund each hardship 2 applicants at the same amount as the hardship 1 recipients of $1,350 per adult and $450 per minor. And with the balance that will be saved on the hardship 2 that will not be expended, we recommend if we can reallocate the amount to Small Business Assistance Program before the CARES Fund expired at the end of December of 31st, 2021. So we estimated approximately 4 million, excuse me, savings from the hardship 2 allocated budget. And the accounts payable manager is also connected to this call. And his goal is to issue all the hardship checks to all the applicants by the end of this month, November. That's my report, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you for that report. Shenandoah Budget and Finance Committee, is there a motion to accept the report?
Motion, Delegate Crotty.
A motion by Shenandoah, Delegate Amber Knuzbach-Crotty, is there a second?
Second by Delegate Brown.
Delegate Nathaniel Brown. So we do have a motion and a second to accept the report. Back to the committee, Budget and Finance Committee. Questions, comments for Ms. Begay regarding her report?
Delegate Crotty with the question.
Yeah, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair and committee members. Thank you, Acting Controller Begay, for your report. So I did receive a few constituents who concerned that they haven't received the check. Can you let the committee know when the checks were mailed out and what's the time frame that our constituents should receive the check? And my second question is regarding your recommendation for the surplus of funds. I'm not sure if you're aware, but there is also a population of our Hatathlis who were not provided the opportunity to get support as passed by Navajo Nation Council. And so I wanted to ask, in terms of that recommendation, did you consider the proposal to assist our Hatathlis who are providing healthcare and other healing services to our people during COVID? Thank you, Chair. Look forward to the questions being answered.
For your question. Any further questions, comments from Budget and Finance Committee?
Chair Henry,
Chair.
Vice Chair Smith.
Vice Chair Smith, you have the floor.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair Henio and committee members of the Budget Finance and those listening. And also thank you for the report there, Ms. Begay, on the hardship. I know that the legislation is specifically out for the hardship 2 to help for those that may have lost their somewhere in the shuffle, their application, or didn't know where it went, or somehow it was misplaced, or due to unforeseen difficulties. And it's been reopened. appreciate that and appreciate the council passing this hardship 2. However, in that legislation, it says that we were to help as many as we can. So I know that you mentioned that we recommend any unspent monies budgeted for hardship 2 be reallocated to small business assistant program. So with that, is there talk about how much money is we're going to be helping with the small business? I think you said something like 4 million is still available, if I'm correct, if I heard it correctly. And how would these small business units, business assistants be conducted? Are we going to give them a deadline? Because December is only less than 60 days away. The deadline on December 31st, we're already almost half of the month has gone by for November, and time is of the essence. And we don't want to. Intent was to utilize the CARES money to the best of Navajo Nation's ability and not to revert any funds. Is there any other recommendations if we can't get this issued to the small business for their purposes of tapping into the CARES money? Is there another recommendation? And could you provide the amount again of what the balance is? I see the report. I think you were reading out the memorandum that was dated November 2nd, which was provided to the Navajo Nation Budget Finance Committee at that point in time. And it has the status report, and it does have the total amount of interest that has earned. So as we speak, interest will continue to earn. So interest will be also tacked on to the, I think it's 4 million once this is all paid out. Thank you, Chair Henio.
Okay, Vice Chair Smith for your question. One last question, then I'll defer back to Ms. Elizabeth Begay. Delegate Nathaniel Brown. Shenandoah Committee Member, Delegate Nathaniel Brown.
Yes, Chair. This is Delegate Brown.
You have the floor. I believe I heard you in the background wanting to speak also.
Oh, Chair, actually, that was me. Sorry.
I'll defer back to Ms. Begay.
Chair?
Our interim. Yes.
This is Edmund. I just have one question, if it's okay with you and the committee, to Madam Controller.
Delegate Edmund Yazzie, you have the floor.
Okay, Chair and committee members, thank you. I know I have a couple of legislation before your committee, but you have good reports, committee and chair. So taking this time to ask questions. Madam Controller, I just appreciate the good work that you all have done. I just want to say, if you could check your email. I've been emailing since last week. The Rue chapter is about to lose their big truck, and so it's all in Mr. Bial and the controller's department. And so if you could please, but saying this in a good and nice way, and keep up the good work, Madam Controller, and to your staff. That's it, Chair. Thank you.
Delegate Chairman Yazzie. With that, back to Ms. Elizabeth Begay. Response.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the questions. Delegate Crotty, question about mailing the checks. We mailed out the 141 checks last Friday. And for the 13,931 checks that we anticipate to submit to accounts payable for processing, there's an option in the application wherein we ask the applicant if they prefer to mail the check or personally pick them up here at OOC. Majority of them opted for mailing the checks. So once that check run has been processed by accounts payable, then there's a code to mail the checks, or if it will be picked up here at OOC. With regards to the support for the healthcare employees for the savings for the hardship 2, I did not take that into consideration, but I can check with Dr. Jill Jim on this if we can provide assistance on the healthcare related assistance program, if you will, for the hardship savings. And the question from Vice Chair Smith regarding the estimated unspent money for hardship 2, we estimated around 4 million, but it may go up because we still have issues of previous checks that were issued back last year. Some of the recipients have not cashed those checks, and we made radio announcements telling them that their check is already expired, that they should return the check back to OOC so that we can reissue another check. So there may be outstanding checks that will be available as well. So the 4 million may still go up. And with regards to the recommendation to use the unspent money for small business assistance, the director of the Division of Economic Development already has a list of unfunded CARES fund for small business. So meaning they already applied, but were not able to get assistance because they have to reallocate the money to the hardship program. And I will work with the Division of Economic Development for those small business grants that were lost or unfunded from the CARES Fund, if we can revisit that. And for Delegate Edmund Yaz's concern about Peru chapter, yes, I read the email and I will work with Dominic Pial with OMB on this issue. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Begay, for that response to the questions. Back to Budget and Finance Committee. Any further questions, comments?
Chair Henio.
Vice Chair Smith. Vice Chair Smith, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair Henio, and also the Budget and Finance Committee members and those that are still listening with us this morning on the special meeting. Thank you for your answers on the questions that I posed. The question I have too is, since this is going to go up I heard it on the radio. Yes, there's checks out there that are floating around. Folks haven't cashed them or for unknown reasons. That's another problematic thing that the nation's going to be facing here shortly. I don't know how soon that can be cleared up. But the other thing too is it's going to go up a little more. I don't know if Kalani Lake has paid their dues. I know last summer we were talking about that. We were like, how come they haven't paid their dues? And has that been taken care of? Has that been completed on that behalf. The other one too is if we have over 4 million, Shenandoah and Finnegan, can't we just use that to build houses? 4 million could at least get some houses out there and contractors. And I heard houses were like at $200 and some odd $1,000 for a 2-bedroom, 3-bedroom. I mean, they don't have to be extravagant and lavish. They could be a roof over grandpa and grandma's head and our another kid. They need houses. And I heard earlier Honorable Brown saying that folks are living underground, and I believe it. I've seen in my area, they've got makeshift houses that don't even qualify as a house. They just got plastic sheeting over there as their roof, and they try to stay warm within that during the winter and the rainy season. And it's just pathetic. If we could utilize that 4 million, Shenandoah, to help those that are really in need like that, propose them and get them at least a roof over their head before this money gets reverted back. That's my thought on behalf of that. I don't know if that's possible. I'm sure it can be possible. Drop a legislation and say, let's get those houses built. 100 and some people are even getting G sheds, and they're trying to put them into make them into a house, but there's no insulation, and it's a temporary shelter. But I think if we utilize this funding, we could possibly build, I don't know how many houses we could build in each agency, at least those that are really of the need, that really need a home, are homeless, Aggie. So I just want to see what Office of Controller has recommendation, because Department or the Economic Development is trying to help out small businesses, which is I'm not against, but I'm thinking homes are really important. We just had a report from Navajo Housing Authority. So those are my questions and those are my concerns, Chair Henio. We have 4 million. That's going to be possibly even more, a little more than that, maybe even hit 5 million. So we have 5 agencies, maybe divided up $1 million apiece, and we at least have 250 out of $1 million. That'd be like 5 houses out of each agency. And multiply that times 5. That's at least 25 homes. If my math is right, X equals that. Shenandoah, thank you.
Okay, Shenandoah. Again, Vice Chair Smith, for your questions and comments. Shenandoah Budget and Finance Committee, just note though, that we would have to amend the legislation that we passed in 2020, as the instructions in the legislation stated that all of the unexpended funds should be going towards the hardship assistance. And so therefore, I just don't know why the Controller's Office decided not to utilize all of this money for the applicants that had applied. I understand there was a comment there made a few months back, that the this round 2 applicants will be getting more because they'd be utilizing it more. But now we're caught in this predicament on the Budget and Finance where a delegate would have to sponsor legislation to amend it, and that takes time again, and then going through the committees and then the council and then president's signature. And December 31st is just around the corner. So Ms. Begay, if you would provide a response.
Yes, Mr. Chair, thanks for that comment. The resolution has a max of 1,500 per adult and 500 per minor. And based on the survey that we did, that approximately 300,000 Navajos that were assisted under hardship 1 will be upset, or another term, will be concerned that they applied first, and the second hardship applicants applied last, and if we give them 1,500 for the hardship 2, then we're rewarding all these latecomers applicants. So that's why we just work on giving them the same amount as hardship 1 recipients. But although it's going to be a savings, if the committee wants us to change the amount, that 13,931 checks, it's still going through the process. We have not submitted it to accounts payable. We're still cleaning up the check file, if you will. We can change the amount to the max per council resolution of 1,500 per adult and 500 per minor, and we can recalculate how much will be left for the available balance. It will be much less than the estimated 4 million. We can do that as well. If Vice Chair Smith comments about the housing, yeah, we just need to keep in mind that this CARES fund will expire by the end of December. So we still have to go through the process of the application for the housing assistance. That's why my recommendation is for small business, because they already have the application, they were already approved, but they just did not get the assistance because the money was reallocated to the hardship. That's why they were on the unfunded CARES fund that will be, I believe, will be assisted under the ARPA funding. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Again, Ms. Begay, for your response. Just one response that Vice Chair Smith had asked was Tulani Lake Enterprises. What's the status?
So, thank you for that question as well. We're not getting any cooperation from Tulani Lake. There's still 1.9 million question cost. And we're working with DOJ on this, but I assigned a staff to do a follow-up with Tulani Lake, and I got a feedback that they're not cooperating at all. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, now, Ms. Begay, for your response to the questions. Back to the committee members and the Budget and Finance Committee. Any further questions or comments?
Chair Henio, Vice Chair Smith.
Chair Henio, this is Delegate Crotty.
I'll defer to Vice Chair Smith, and then after that to Delegate Amber Knasbal-Crotty. Vice Chair Smith.
Thank you, Chair Henio and committee members of the Budget and Finance Committee and interim Office of Controllers, Ms. Begay, for your work and making this happen, making this a possibility. It is thumbs up to the Office of Controllers. Pursuant to the legislation that was passed by the Navajo Nation Council, I recall I asked that question to the former OOC, and the former OOC made the interpretation that it's up to $1,500. And there was a lot of applicants that had put in their request for hardship, and it came out to an average of, I think it was $1,350, and that's what was paid out based upon on the amount of applications that were presented and the amount of money that was earmarked for hardship, and that's how it came out to be. But on the second go, I understand that we want to help folks. So I don't know if I'm order, Chair Henio. I'd like to make that directive, like our interim Office of Controller had said. We can change the figures because we want to spend this fund money, and it was intended to, for the second go around, we're not rewarding or we're not doing anything out of context. We are basically upholding what was passed and what was signed by the Navajo Nation president to do the CARES Act 2, and that's federal funding that's given to us. So I don't know if I'm in order. I'd like to make that directive to have that change from this current amount to have it pursuant to the legislation that adults 18 and over would be getting $1,500, and also those that are 18 and under will get a check for $500. And that's what I see, and that's what I voted on, and that's what we had passed as a legislation. So, Chair, if I'm in order, I'd like to make that directive, or if the directive can be not in place, maybe just have OOC work with that in a kind fashion of saying, Ashwada, could you just redo the figures, and before the checks are dispersed, we have enough money and the money will cover. Because at the point in time when I remember hearing this report was like, we don't know if 42 million is going to cover. We don't know. Maybe it would be less than what the first CARES went out as. And that's the kind of mentality that was instilled in my thoughts. And now that we have an additional 4 million, why not just pay them out accordingly to how the legislation was first intended to? And there was no opposition on that, and we all voted unanimously for it, and therefore that will help them in the holiday seasons. Prices are going up, gas prices are going up. People need wood, people need things to get ready for the winter. So that's my thoughts on this. And Madam Controller, if you could just up it up without me giving a directive. But if we need to do a directive, then I will entertain a directive, Chair Henio. Thank you.
Thank you, again, Vice Chair Smith, for your concern and comments here. Regarding the directive, if you still wish to do the directive, we would entertain it after we accept the report. And then if you wish to pursue it, maybe work with Legislative Council to craft that language so we could recognize it after we accept the report. But leave it up to Ms. Begay. So as you just said, not all kind, but not Jen. So with that, I'll defer to the next person in the queue, Shananta. Delegate Amber Kanaswa-Crotty.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate the report. I wanted to ask Acting Controller, I'm concerned about your comment, and I'm not sure how much information you've been briefed in terms of the challenges for the first hardship. Our people who are now applying for the second round or the second hardship 2 had an incredibly challenging time getting documents, corrected CIDs, birth certificates, and a large amount of energy was put into just getting those documents. So I think I'm concerned with your opinion that we're rewarding individuals who are late. I would need, and I'm actually going to push back on that statement, and I would need to know, and I would want that evidence in terms of what you're looking at. Because I think in terms of, especially doing constituent casework and helping, I mean, we were helping elders who had Navajo names that didn't comply with their ID, who needed to change their CID, that duplication CIDs. It was extremely stressful, and I see that is the fault of Navajo Nation. Navajo Nation does not invest in keeping up good records and management to assist her people. And so I'm going to ask for those documentations on why that statement was made. And the second area was in terms of like moving forward with the $4 million surplus. If the legislation was up to a certain amount, then at what decision, like who then made the decision to cut it off at a certain amount, and then make the recommendation to reallocate these funding? I think this is a concern when we're trying to do things at the very last minute. And I would say 6 weeks out is very last minute, especially how long it took to get the second round of hardship out. And were there individuals who applied for the second round and then faced similar challenges with their paperwork and documentation? I have a case here where I have a mom who died during Corona, and grandma's taking care of baby, toddler, and a newborn. And because of the challenges with the courts and all of the things, this family who needs hardship, they desperately need assistance, are struggling to get their paperwork. And so those two Navajo children, because of our system, because of a system we created as a nation, now do not have the ability to benefit from their money. And so I think those are my concerns, committee members, when we talk about our people in a way that somehow it's their fault, when we have this dysfunctional government system that doesn't meet their needs. And so I'm concerned about that statement and how we move forward. And then my last question is, as a committee, or when are we going to look for a permanent controller so that we can move forward and have an idea or a sense on how we want to provide additional support and resources to our Navajo programs. There's so many challenges that are not being addressed. Like, we have employees who are not getting paid because their K accounts are not put into a system. So we have Navajo employees now. This is going to be their second paycheck. They're not getting paid, and there's no sense of urgency from any department to get together and have a conversation about how to pay people who work in the Department of Social Services. So I think I am just taken back by that comment, and I think it just brings out a lot of the systemic challenges that we have and the burden that we place on our people when it's us, the government, and our workers who've created this and maintained this system that doesn't work in their best benefit. Thank you, Chair and committee members.
For your comments and concerns regarding this report. Back to our interim controller, Ms. Elizabeth Begay. You have the floor.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for that comment, Delegate Crotty. When we first started the Hardship 2 program, we're working on the vital records of 399,000 Navajos. And when we removed the Hardship 1 recipients of approximately 300,000 Navajos, so we were saying we're gonna get approximately 99,000 applicants for Hardship 2, but it did not happen. We only able to get applicants of approximately 35,000. So we're off. That's why we were worried at the very beginning that we will only able to provide around $600 per applicant at that time. But now, since there's only 35,000 that applied for Hardship 2, then when I did a survey, it's just a survey asking people that received the Hardship 1 what will be their comment if the hardship 2 applicants will get higher amount than hardship 1 recipients. And that's what I received. Some were upset after hearing that they will get more, the hardship 2 applicants, than the hardship 1 applicants. And that's just a survey that we did. That's why we basically concluded that we'll just give the same amount, 1,350 per adult and 450 per minor. And of course, that leaves us a balance of approximately 4 million. But if the resolution that was passed by the council, it's basically state that after the phase 2 hardship assistance application period has expired, the Office of the Controller shall prorate the distribution to all eligible applicants based on the total balance of the hardship assistance expenditure plan balance, and ensure that no applicant receives a distribution exceeding $1,500 per person over the age of 18 years as of March 1st, 2020, and $500 per person under the age of 18 years as of March 1st, 2020. So it's stated here in the resolution. So based on Vice Chair Smith's comment, we do have that option to just give out the 1,500 per adult and 500 per minor. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Begay, for your response to the questions and comments that were posed by the committee, and therefore, Vice Chair Smith, believe this will be either entertaining a directive, or will you just the controller's office? What direction does the controller's office need, or would you be able to do this on your own, Ms. Begay?
Mr. Chair, based on the resolution as I read, I believe we can do it on our own.
Thank you for the response. Back to the committee, Budget and Finance Committee. Any further questions or comments regarding this report?
Chair Henyo, this is Delegate Crotty.
So be mindful, we still have 4 more reports to entertain. So Shinada, Vice Chair Smith, and then Shinada, Delegate Emrikinas Makradi after that.
Thank you, Chair Henyo. That's just a real quick response. It's not going to take any more than a minute and a half. Thank you for that clarification. Therefore, I will not entertain a directive, since this legislation does hold water, and it will be abided by what the legislation says, and the OOC will initiate that. So that is on record, and I will not entertain a directive, Chair Henyo. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Vice Chair Smith, Delegate Emrikinas Makradi, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Chair. We have some pretty brilliant folks listening in and providing some suggestions. So I appreciate the text and recommendations. I do think, just again, back with some of the comments, and I appreciate the acting controller reaching out and asking the hardship, first hardship round, how they would feel. This is strange, because in a research background, that's a very leading question to begin with. And so I think there has to be solutions, and that's what this committee should ask for, So it sounds like not only can they be bumped up to 1,500 and this money be used before the deadline, but we also have the Navajo fiscal recovery funds, and the council has already approved one of a hardship of 207 million. We could, because all of the information is at the controller's office, we could, change some of the amounts or smooth it over as suggested by a very brilliant staffer. And so I think in terms of how we package this, let's move forward with that other hardship. We've been waiting. I don't know if DOJ has reviewed the proposal, but there's $207 million and our people need it. I just went to the store right now while we were talking, and I literally bought 10 items and dog food, and it was like $75. The prices are outrageous. There's going to be shortages. I don't know how many big rigs I passed in trying to get supplies out to people, but our people need help with the hardship. And I think this is a good way to also push the council. So if I could ask, Chair, just beyond this report, if we have legislative council on the line, and is there a legislation to move forward with the Navajo Fiscal Recovery Fund hardship, that 207 million? It's my understanding that that was being reviewed, and that Navajo Nation Council could take action by Thanksgiving. I'm not sure if we're still there or what needs to be done, but Chair, if you could help with this committee, we should be pushing this for our people. We should be pushing to get out on those hardship funds to help them. And the amount of struggling, it's nothing that I've ever experienced in my life, because it's not only the economic strain, but the emotional strain, and people are still very scared. And I think if we have the ability as a committee to move forward and to provide some small relief, we should move forward with that, Chair. So if I could ask Legislative Council where we're at, or if Office of Speakers on the line, or Chair, if you could get this committee, I'm right there with you. We thought that this would be done right after the leadership meeting, but we need to pull this out. President, staff, everybody, whoever wants to take credit for it, let's just get this funding out there for the people who have pleaded with us for some support, at least, for this winter. And we're lucky enough to still have some time to help folks during this time. So thank you, Chair. And I get, that's why I'm just concerned with the opinion of the acting controller. Let's have some compassion for our people. They did not develop this system. We are the ones here who know this system, and let's create the best solutions for them. So thank you, Chair and committee members.
For your comments, and also along the same lines of hardship and rising prices, also we have to remember our livestock owners as who are facing the I don't know where the price of hay is going right now. It's at almost $20 a bale, and I've heard rumors that there's no water. Phoenix is running out of water. Hay might go up to $30 a bale. And sometimes you see grandma and grandpa only have 1 or 2 bales in the back of their truck because that's all they can afford. So that's another concerning too, for your comments and concerns again. And with this hardship, with the FRF funds again, Ms. Begay, this whole application process that BF Budget and Finance passed a resolution on, I believe I will be looking towards your office to initiate that application for the $207 million of and the hardship assistance to be put together and moved to DOJ for their review, and then to a delegate for sponsorship. Will that be something that you're able to do, Ms. Begay? You have the floor.
Is Delegate Begay too?
This is Delegate Brown as well.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for that question. With regards to the FRF, the ARPA hardship, we're doing some research with other tribes. For those that awarded the ARPA hardship, we found 2 tribes that did not require application, meaning they already had the CARES hardship application. And when they gave out the ARPA hardship assistance, they just use the information that's already in their system to assess the ARPA hardship recipients. So that's what we're doing now. We're still researching if we do not need application for ARPA hardship, because the application process itself, if we're looking at 350,000 Navajos, it will take months to complete the application. So just be patient. We're still researching what is the proper process in doing the ARPA hardship. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you enough for your response, Ms. Begay, but what I'm asking is, look at BFS-31-21. That's what I was getting at, that legislation that we had passed. In there, a Navajo Nation program, such as the Controller's Office, would need to do an application to the Navajo Nation to request for ARPA money, and it will be in your area to request for the $207 million to be put as part of the expenditure plan, so we could utilize that for the hardship assistance for our Navajo citizens. That's what I was getting at when I say application. That's where I'm looking at the Office of the Controller to complete that 2-page application along with the budget form and the supporting documentation. So my question still stands: is your office able to do that?
Thank you for that clarification, Mr. Chair. Yes, so I already signed off on that application for the 207 million. I believe it was being reviewed by DOJ. Just for clarification on that, it's going through the process. Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you so much for your response. Ms. Begay, that's what we were waiting to hear. That is in the process right now. Shenandoah Budget and Finance Committee for this 207 million. Ms. Begay's pretty much on top of it. So thank you, Ms. Begay, for your response on that. As far as the individual applications, I do hear you on your response. So thank you for that. Shenandoah Delegate Elmer P. Begay.
Chair Henio, other Vice Chair Shida, other members of the Budget Finance Committee, though, back to Controller, Pro-Temp Controller, Mr. Begay. This is Delegate Begay. But part of it, now we're trying to process that $207 million through this process. In this process, what part of it can we change? Like, for example, today, if we wanted to increase that more than $207 million, and make it according to maybe increase the 600 to more than like 1,500 or 2,000 for 18 and older. If we can do that, what part of this process is the right way to do it before it's been finalized? So I know that it's going to be going through the process, and there was already an approval done, but it should have something like amendment that should be made to where to increase the hardship. So I believe what my sister and Delegate Crowdy, I believe that it's the people's money according to their population that was given to us. So I think I seen where a lot of these, even though people say that there's a lot of jobs that are coming back in, but not on the reservation, and a lot are going through this hardship. I think I believe that I've seen more people that are hurting right now. What part of it is legitimate to increase that amount? That'll be my first question. And then I'll have another question too.
Delegate Elmer PBG. If you look at CJY 41-21 unheated, we put a cap on that hardship funding. So any amendments you would have to look at CJY 41-21 for on that cap, and that's why we're referencing 207 million at the present time. So hopefully that helps you out. Delegate Nathaniel Brown.
Hello. I have a follow-up question,
Delegate Nathaniel Brown. I don't know, yeah. Delegate Elmer Begay, you have the floor again.
That's one of the reasons why I'm saying that is what part of it is that can be amended. Just make a about this case ago. Nahagada, the hot in Huda. Not now, they can redo or undo it through ceremonies. There's ways to do it. And not only hot air the event, but in there it doesn't say that the full 400,000 enrollment is equal to 207 million. It double cut that. Even now, thank you.
Kushina, Delegate Elmer PBG. That's why I said pull up legislation CJY-41-21 and then look at where it would need to be amended. So pull up that legislation, look at it, and then from there we could make recommendations. Delegate Nathaniel Brown, are you still on the line with us? I'll defer back to Ms. Elizabeth Gay. Response?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. With the Delegate Begay's question, increasing the amount, I believe you already answered the question, and we need guidance from Legislative Council. But as far as the FRF application that we submitted. It's for 207 million, and the calculation is $600 that will be able to assist each Navajos, and it will be able to assist like 345,000 Navajos at $600. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Begay, Madam Controller, for your response. Ms. Tapahi, are you on the line with us? Ms. Laureline Tapahi?
Chairman
Mr. Chair,
Henio,
can you
this
hear
is,
Dana?
yeah, this is Dana. I think that most likely I should answer these questions. I'm more involved with the FRF legislation. So you are correct, for starters, that the ARPA hardship is currently limited to 10% of the total. To raise that will require an amendment to CJY. I guess it's 4121. I apologize, I don't have it in front of me. But you cited it correctly to begin with. So you would need to amend that to raise the amount. And if you raise the amount for hardship, you of course will lessen the amounts that go to other projects, the infrastructure projects. So I would recommend that if you wish to raise the amount for hardship, you pursue that legislation ASAP, because Ms. Begay will have to run that any revised hardship plans. If they have a higher amount, she will have to run that through DOJ. So at this point, this is my understanding from what was relayed to me from the Department of Justice, that the Comptroller's Office has submitted a FRF application for the hardship. As of about a week ago, I think DOJ asked for some revisions to that plan before they could sign off on it, give their eligibility review. As far as the timing, if all of the various expenditure plans have been reviewed by DOJ, and I believe most of them have been so far, there will be a legislation dropped next week for infrastructure and the hardship. It is the hardship at 207 million. And I think that that legislation will probably be dropped maybe Tuesday, and it will go just to NABI and council. My understanding was from the speaker, and so this is just from what I've heard from him. I can't say it's absolute, but that he would be planning a 2 to 3 day NABI session on that legislation. As far as the differences between hardship 1 and hardship 2, it's that CARES hardship 1 and CARES hardship 2, any adjustments, any smoothing between the amounts can take place through the ARPA hardship 1. So in the end, everybody would end up getting the same amount. Thank you, Chair Henio. I hope that answered the question.
Thank you, Ms. Barba, for that clarification. And also, Budget and Finance Committee on the legislation CJY 41-21. If you look on page 6 of 13, paragraph H, that's where it talks about the 10% cap. And so with that paragraph would have to be amended if there's any concerns regarding the cap amount. With that, Budget and Finance Committee, any further questions or comments? If not, I'll call for the question to accept the report. As this report will be ongoing, possibly through the next committee meetings, as we'll be receiving periodic updates from the Office of the Controller. So with this, I'll call for the question to accept the report. Ms. Springer, if you would lead us in a roll call vote.
This is Sherelle. I can do the roll call vote. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
I'll vote green.
Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green. I just got back on the call. Thank you.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Amber Knezba-Crotty, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Knezba-Crotty, how do you vote? Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Amber Knezba-Crotty, how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair is excused. Honorable Chair Jamie Henyo, you have 3 in favor, 0 opposed, and Chair not voting. Honorable Chair.
Kashinka Lasharel for that. Roll call vote. I could not hear who was helping us until now. So thank you for being here with us, Sherelle. 3 in favor, 0 opposed, Chair not voting. Motion to accept the report passes. Moving down on the reports to item C, update on the 2-year budget cycle presented by Mr. Bial. We did receive an email earlier this morning from Mr. Bial on this report. So Mr. Bial, are you on the line with us?
Chairman Henyo, members of the BNF committee, I am here. I'm ready to go.
And thank you, Mr. Bial. You have the floor.
Okay, good afternoon, members of the Budget and Finance Committee and everybody else that's on the line. I prepared a short report. It's less than 1 page long, and that's what I'll go over. So hopefully you all have it by now. It was sent out earlier this morning. And as I said, it's short, concise, and brief, so I'll just go ahead and go through it. Top of the page, it refers to 2-year budgeting process by Office of Management and Budget with today's date. And the first paragraph reads that the Navajo Nation President and Budget and Finance Committee have suggested that the Navajo government consider a 2-year budgeting process. Primary concern is the annual budgeting process takes much time, effort, and use of resources. The typical Navajo budget process starts in June and runs through late September, a period of 4 months or 1/3 of the 12-month fiscal year. Thousands of budget documents are generated and reviewed by various levels of management at the department, division, and branch levels, and then in budget hearings by the oversight committees of the Navajo Nation Council. Before this process starts, there are planning meetings as well between the branch chiefs and several offices to review the projected or expected revenue levels and the planning amount allocations. And usually this takes place in May. OMB has done some early research on how other governments do two-year budgeting. Some of the findings follow. A, in 2017, 19 states in the USA use forms of two-year budgeting. The other 31 states use the annual budgeting process. B, most two-year budget processes are enactments of two budgets for the coming two-year period. For example, for Navajo, that would be a budget resolution approving budgets for FY23 and for FY24. Navajo Nation Council would meet in formal budget sessions every 2 years, not every year. See, some of the states complain that the forecasting of revenues and expenditures for the future, about 16 to 18 months in advance for the second budget year, is difficult to do and usually requires frequent amendments and revisions because revenue levels and expenditure needs change over time. OMB will continue to review the two-year budget process more closely to see more details on how these budgets would address revenues, expenses, fluctuating costs, for example, insurance, salaries, fringe benefits, etc. We will also look at ways to streamline the annual budget process to reduce the time and work to produce the comprehensive budget. Mr. Chair, committee members, very briefly, that's the report and update of what we've been able to ascertain and find thus far. But the process will go on. We'll continue to look into it. Mr. Chair, that's the report.
Thank you, Mr. Biel, for that short report to the point. And is there a motion to accept the report, Shinanda, Budget and Finance Committee? Is there a motion to accept the report? Going once?
Motion by Vice Chair Smith.
Vice Chair Smith. Motion to accept the report. Is there a second?
Lost quorum.
Is there a second to accept the report? Going to once?
This is Delegate Brown. I will second.
Thank you, Shinanda, Delegate Brown. We do have a motion and a second to accept the report. With that, any questions or comments for Mr. Biel?
Chair hands, Vice Chair Smith.
Vice Chair Smith, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you for the report, Mr. Dominic Givial of OMB. And thank you again, committee members of the Budget and Finance and those that are listening in. This is very interesting. As we know, we do budget every year, and the benefits of using the two-year process. I guess a question would be posed, like some states complain that the forecasting of revenues and expenditures for the future in advance is difficult and usually requires frequent amendments. I know that we're not gurus, but that sounds like something that Navajo Nation is going to face because we don't have for instance, natural resources. Basically, kondo, sejin, ida, abat aro, hunela, anaha, yal naili, ko kade yahal, aisido ahazanda. And then we rely on the shot resistant skin
We usually set that aside. So how are we going to project? I know we can do it for a year. I know not kinakaja. You know, just so anan sata. Sa now I 2023 Bishmas an Dato Sosto she Bikiyat Hido Nachea Dato Sosto President A Babodni Adonde second year Ako Di Hutsagosha Akinachai I see the Casey Zosha late out Job Oban Casey the Johnny Hinanda large the Stagi OPV A Babodni Ako Nakinachai first year though second year Kis Sogo Aleta a state of this Shinanda other to oh Nakinachai Grunda without so that's my question on that Shinanda Chair Henyu on the line and veto because Bishmas unable board nita we can't override it done hit on it hey the nay let us see though he ain't chedo to done hit on it Bishmas on now the the president of board me call so 17 states ago 2017 19 states in the US used the 2-year budgeting out of 31 states just used the annual budgeting BIA have we looked into BIA? I know BIA and the federal government they usually do a 2-year. Is that how it works? Did the OMB look into how the federal government does that? That's my question and my comment and my concern. Turn the floor back over to you, Chair. Thank you.
Vice Chair Smith, for your questions and comments. Any further questions or comments, Budget and Finance Committee?
Chair Henyo, this is Delegate Crotty. I wanted to ask in terms.
You have the floor, Shinanda.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Chair. I think too, I wanted to see if there could be electronic setup of budgets and how we could support, some of the issues that I raised regarding the K accounts. I'll talk to Dominic on his portion of the report. We need some major reform in terms of how internally things are processed. I don't want to overstep a program or a process. It just needs to be like fully funded or automated or modernized. So thank you, Chair, for allowing me to say that comment.
Okay, Shinanda, for your comment. With that, I'll defer back to Mr. Biel.
Thank you, Chairman Henio. First of all, responding to Delegate Smith's comments and question. As my paper mentions, and as he is reviewing the report that I gave, particularly letter C, the first year, meaning the upcoming year, which would be fiscal year 23 in our case, the controller eventually would come out with a revenue projection based on minerals and taxes, gas and oil, and so on. And that's the amount that's used for budgeting for 23. Now, what's harder to do for fiscal year 24, because that's another, as it says, about 14, 15, 16 months away. And so the revenue projection could go up or down. And because you're budgeting, however, in advance, that's hard to accommodate up front. In fact, you probably can't. That's why the statement is made about amendments and revisions are often necessary once you reach that point. But anyway, that's what I mean, and Delegate Smith's remarks and comments are right on, in that we need to take a look at those situations and figure out ways of how we're going to do it if we go to two-year budgeting methodology. So looking at these states that I mentioned, we haven't looked at them in detail yet to see how they do it, in fact. And once they run into these situations, how do they deal with it? How do they address it? And so forth. So we're just at the beginning stage of looking into this possibility. But those are good questions to raise. Now, the BIA, we will be looking at how they do it, but most of us are familiar that the BIA, IHS, and other entities of the federal government, they don't do 2 years budgeting. What they do is the budget 2 years in advance. So, for example, right now they would be formulating budget matters on the fiscal year 24 budget now. And that's what the TIBC committee, the Tribal Interior Business Council committee, that some of you attend or monitor anyway, the work that they're doing. That's what they're looking at. So that's the methodology that BIA uses, as I said, similar to other federal agencies and entities. But they don't do, in fact, a 2-year budget. It's just 2 years in advance. Delegate Karate's remarks about going more electronic and automating our system and methodology, she's right. We would work to accommodate that as best we can. So that's why I say in our report we're looking at ways to streamline the annual budgeting process to reduce the time and work to produce the overall comprehensive budget. So that would be included as well. Another feature that I can mention is we're going to be looking at the chart of accounts for budgeting purposes. Right now, it's very extensive, and that's how the budget is prepared. Originally, 30, 40 years ago, our budget was only half the size of what it is today. So that was easier to accommodate. But as we've grown, we still used a chart of accounts, and actually it's probably increased over the years. So that's a lot of detail. When you think about the federal government, the state governments, their budgets that are presented to the legislature for membership, they're only very limited. In other words, they're not accounting budgets, object code by object code. They're more like personnel and then the operating costs and the basic tasks that said budget is supposed to do and accomplish. So that's another way we're going to be looking at it. And if we're able to do it, then that would make the budget more simpler, more easy to deal with, and so forth. Mr. Chair, committee members, those are my remarks in reply to Delegate Smith and Karate. Thank you.
Mr. Biel, thank you for your response. With this, the Budget and Finance Committee, do we have any further questions, comments for Mr. Biel?
Chairman, this is Delegate Cruddy.
Delegate Karate, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm concerned, Mr. Biel. Thank you for your report. I thought that it would just enlighten me in terms of what if there was any other support to help OMB. My concern is I looked at your staff, and there's a lot of vacancies, and this could be multiple issues, like how we hear there's housing issues, low salary. But I think as an oversight committee, what is the plan to support OMB? I was looking at comparable positions off the nation, and the employees are severely underfunded. Their salaries are really low. And so that's going, if other places are more competitive, then what are we doing? And as Navajo Nation, I know executive has a lot of consultants. I think it's every day they have a consultant working with them on issues. Is that being offered to OMB? And I think we should be looking at how much we're paying our consultants to see if we should pay our employees better so that we could keep them, build up the experience here on Navajo. So I know it's not exactly to the report, but I think as an oversight, we should know what is the status of your employees and how does that have the ripple effect if they're trying to do the best they can. I don't know how many vacancies I saw, but it was something to be concerned about. Thank you, Chairman Henio.
Thank you, Sheikh Yadla, for your question to Mr. Biel. With that, any further questions or comments, Shanada, Budget and Finance Committee? Can I defer back to Mr. Biel?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Responding to the remarks and comments by Delegate Crotty on OMB staffing, vacancies, and so on and so forth. I'm glad she brought that up because it is in fact an issue. We have 28 budgeted positions at the moment, and there's 8 vacancies. So we only have 20 warm bodies on staff. So we're only, our staffing pattern is such that only about 1/3 of our positions are not filled. Now, recently we had 5 retirees who took advantage of the retirement package recently at the end of September. So that added to the vacancies. Now we're working with DPM to get all those filled. We've made some decisions on some of the applications and so forth. But still there's a number of vacancies remaining. So additionally, in the FRF, the Fiscal Recovery Fund office funding under ARPA, we've received funding as well for up to 7 additional positions to help with the ARPA activity primarily. So that would add another 7 positions. So overall, we conceivably could have as many as 15 vacancies. So we're working with DPM, as I say, to get all of these positions filled. And but let me just say this: OMB is not the only one that's in this particular situation. I would say a lot of divisions and other programs and tribal government entities are very similar. You've heard undoubtedly by now that on a typical day, there's over 1,000 vacancies. The majority of those are externally funded programs and projects and budgets, but roughly 1/3 of those are general funds or Navajo funds. So there's an overall problem on how to better deal with the personnel positions and costs. There's a variety of factors that we're all aware of, such as the job vacancy announcement. You got to fill forms to do that. Once positions are budgeted, you got to get them classified, requiring PCQs, and then once they're advertised, whatever applications are that are submitted are assessed and then provided to the program. All of that takes time, anywhere from 2 months to as much as 6 months sometimes. So the administration, the Nesleiser administration, has formed a personnel task force who's been meeting on some of these issues and are working on ways to automate, speed up, expedite the entire process. So hopefully soon, in the coming months, there will be some results made on all of this to effectuate improvements in the personnel process, including, as Delegate Crotty mentioned, a salary study. There's discussion about doing a new salary schedule and a new salary study. The current classification and pay plan system was last done, as I remember, in about 2006. And that's what caused a reclassification and the setting of salaries and qualification statements for all the positions we have in the personnel system. And it hasn't been extensively updated ever since. All we've been doing subsequently every other year, not every year, but every other year we've been making general wage adjustments, 2% or 3%. It depends on the year. But by and large, although that provides help to employed staff, it doesn't catch up, as Delegate Crotty said, with the rest of the world, with our state competitors, county governments, and so on and so forth. So there's going to be a new salary study that's in the works. And once that's done and accomplished, then all of our positions can be enhanced, increased as need be to be more reflective of the field, the disciplines, positions, and so forth. So that's under development. It's in the works. I appreciate Delegate Crotty's remarks, and I know that Dr. Fowler, who's the head of this particular task force, has also been giving reports to the HESI committee on the same subject. Mr. Chair, committee members, that's the my answer at this point. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the response, Mr. Biel. With that, the Budget and Finance Committee, any further questions or comments for Mr. Biel? I'll call for the question to accept the report. This from Mr. Dominic Biel. Is there no further questions or comments? This looks like there's none. So, Sherelle, if you would lead us in a roll call vote to accept the report.
Okay, Chair. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
I will agree.
Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Amber Knesba Crotty, how do you vote?
Shadeja, this is Delegate Crotty. I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Knesba Crotty votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair is excused. Honorable Chair Jamie Henio, you have 4 in favor, 0 opposed, and Chair not voting. Chair.
Thank you for that roll call vote. We do have a do pass on accepting the report. 4 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. With that, let's allow Mr. Biel for your report. We'll move next to update on tribal consultations with the Navajo Nation Washington, D.C. office. Ms. Santi Lewis, are you still on the line with us?
Yes, I am.
Shina, thank you for being with us this afternoon. You have the floor for your report.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Chair Henyo, Vice Chair Smith, and members of the Budget and Finance Committee. This is Santi Lewis, Executive Director for the Navajo Nation Washington office. Thank you for this opportunity to provide a report before the Budget and Finance Committee on tribal consultations. Last week when the committee met, I believe that what the committee had requested was a report on tribal consultations regarding the United States Department of Treasury. So today, as I look at the agenda, it's on all tribal consultations. So I think it's a bit more of an expanded approach. And so what I have prepared for the Budget and Finance Committee today is focusing on the Department of Treasury. And we'll have to update our report to reflect the expanded report that is requested by the committee. So we did prepare the report on Treasury tribal consultations, and that was shared with the Budget and Finance Committee on November 2nd, 2021. And the way that we approach the report is to first highlight key funding opportunities that was provided by the Department of Treasury. So Congress, through the American Rescue Plan Act and the CARES Act, had provided eligible governments, such as tribal governments, financial resources to help them respond and recover from COVID-19. So under what is administered by the Department of Treasury, there are 6 very large programs that they oversee. So on the first page of the report, we just highlight the state and local fiscal recovery funds, which we know that the Navajo Nation has over $2 billion to administer. Capital Projects Fund, which sets aside over $100 million. And the portal opened on October 1st, 2021. And the deadline to request funding through that program is June 1st, 2022. And under the Capital Projects Fund, they are just providing funds to help governments carry out critical capital projects that would help stakeholders access work, education, or health monitoring. So that's another pot of money that the Navajo Nation should expect to receive. Unfortunately, through the tribal consultation process, even though we advocated for a scenario that recognizes the unique needs of tribal governments, I think what the Treasury ended up doing was just dispersing these funds in equal amounts. And so all 574 federally recognized tribes should expect to receive their proportionate share, which comes down to $167,504. Next is the Homeowner Assistance Fund. So under ARPA, $498 million was set aside for tribes, and the deadline to apply was extended to November 15, 2021. And the Homeowner Assistance Fund just helps individuals prevent mortgage delinquencies, defaults, foreclosures, loss of utilities, or home energy services, and it helps displaced homeowners. And so we helped the Navajo Nation submit its application in September, And so what we anticipate is receiving 10% of the award very soon. And so we'll be working with Navajo leadership to determine the best placement of where this fund ought to exist within the Navajo Nation government. During the application process, this opportunity was made available to tribes or the TDHD or the tribally designated housing entity, which would have been NHA. However, because NHA was already administering the rental assistance program, they wanted to defer to the Navajo Nation and really allow the Navajo Nation to oversee this program. So this is a fund that the Navajo Nation will have to administer. Going on to the next item is the Emergency Rental Assistance Program. I'm just going to jump over this one because the Navajo Housing Program delivered a report. We know that the interim report is due for this program, and we are working with NHA to submit its application. Something to note about the reporting process is that working with the U.S. Department of Treasury's portal, just because the Department of Treasury has created an electronic process, so you have to access the portal to submit applications and to submit reports. And what we have found is that many of our employees on the Navajo Nation, on their driver's license, they have PO box numbers. And Treasury system, when they validate the identity of an individual, they are using a physical address. And so for whatever reason on their end, it's not allowing anybody with a PO box number to register to gain portal access. So that's something that our office is working very closely with Treasury on. And until that gets resolved, we don't anticipate submitting any reports. And that's something that they are aware of, and we are working with them. So there shouldn't be a concern about the submission of any delayed reports for any of these programs. Next is the State Small Business Credit Initiative. And this program is intended to create or expand small business credit support or investment for small business owners. And basically $10 billion was set aside. And under this program, there was no tribal specific set aside. And so we've been supporting the Division of Economic Development to submit an application. And I know that they have submitted the application, and we are just pending a response from the federal government. And then lastly, the Coronavirus Relief Fund, which is coming to a close, which it has been also discussed today. So out of the 6 programs that are administered by the U.S. Department of Treasury, we looked at upcoming tribal consultations focusing on this area. And the only one that is upcoming is on Thursday, November 18th. The Department of Treasury will host a tribal consultation on emergency rental assistance program. And under the program, as stated in the American Rescue Plan, and also the rules that govern this program, if grantees have not obligated at least 65% of their ERAP funding this year, then they'll be required to submit a program improvement plan. And so I do want to note at this time that I believe that NHA received nearly $93 million to administer the ERAP program. And according to their report, they have only spent $2 million. And so they have not spent, or they have not met the 65% threshold. So I think that during this upcoming tribal consultation, we should learn more about whether or not the Department of Treasury intends to pull back any of those funds and redistribute them among tribal governments, or if perhaps they'll allow tribal governments to retain those funds and maybe they'll allow them to work with them in accordance with whatever program improvement plan is provided by the awardee. And so included in the update, we included the framing questions that the department poses to aid tribal governments or aid participants in providing comments to the department. And so we really encourage everyone to take a look at the Dear Tribal Leader letter that really talks about why they want to consult with tribal governments, but also it identifies these framing questions. And so the Navajo Nation Washington office will be working with NHA to and others to draft a comment letter that best supports and protects the Navajo Nation on these matters. The other tribal consultations that we included for purposes of our update, however, based on I guess the scope of today's meeting, we are going to have to update this. So we'll have to circle back with the Budget and Finance Committee on on an updated report. But the other tribal consultation was on the Federal Boarding School Initiative. And so those dates and those times are also included in this report. And I would be remiss if I did not mention 2 or 3 other critical meetings that I want to flag for this committee. Is last week, the Tribal Interior Budget Council met, and at that time, they continued to have individual meetings on not only the interior budget, but also on other, I guess, subtopics, including public safety, data management, and natural resources. So upcoming, and this is something that we've been trying to flag for Navajo leadership, is next week on November 15th and 16th, the White House Tribal Nations Summit is reconvening. And this is something that President Biden and the Biden-Harris administration has, I guess, reinstituted, because I believe it was former President Obama who held the first White House Tribal Nation Summit. And then during the last administration, that summit was not held. And so now the Biden-Harris administration is choosing to reconvene those. And so this will be the first time that we see that happen in the last 5 years. So again, this summit is going to be held virtually, and they are going to host a series of listening sessions. And what they're trying to, the intention of the summit is to provide a forum to have discussions with high-level administrative officials on tribal policy issues and goals for Indian country. And so we really, we encouraged everybody. We sent multiple emails encouraging everyone to register. The deadline to register was November 5th. However, those of you who did register, we hope that you attend and that you represent the Navajo people at these meetings. And then lastly, the Treasury Tribal Advisory Committee will be meeting. They'll also convene another virtual public meeting on Wednesday, December 1st from 1 to 4 p.m. Eastern Time. And TTAC is an advisory committee to the Department of Treasury Secretary, and they advise the Secretary on Treasury matters impacting Indian country. And so what they plan to discuss is just an overview of 2021 activities and other businesses. And so If the Navajo Nation intends or if we wish to make public comments, they're asking that we provide those written comments by November 15th, 2021. And then also, if there's anyone who intends to make public comments, they want us to register no later than 3 days before the public meeting. And one of the notes that I included in my written report was that their last meeting was held June 16, 2021. And at that time, they received updates from 3 subcommittees, one on the General Welfare Exclusion Subcommittee, the second being the Dual Taxation Subcommittee, and 3 Tribal Pensions Subcommittee. And so we look forward to participating in the TTAC meeting. And should the Navajo Nation wish to make public comments, we look forward to working with those individuals. So, Mr. Chair and members of the Budget and Finance Committee, that concludes my report, and I'm available for any questions you may have. Thank you.
Ms. Lewis, for your report to the committee. With this, Budget and Finance Committee, is there a motion to accept the report?
If we can follow up with you, so.
Motion, Delegate Begay.
Motion by Delegate
Second by
Begay,
Delegate Brown.
and second by Delegate Nathaniel Brown. So we do have a motion and second, therefore defer to the committee. Any further questions, comments from Ms. Lewis?
Mr.
Delegate Amber Canas-Bakrati.
Oh, thank you, Chair. I wasn't sure if there was someone else who wanted to ask a question. Thank you, Ms. Lewis, for your.
Chair Hinio, I think we lost Amber's call. It dropped.
I believe so. We'll wait for her to call back in. Any other questions, committee members, for Ms. Lewis? Are there any questions for Ms. Santee Lewis? If not, we'll give a few minutes, wait a few minutes for one of our colleagues to come back and call back in, Ms. Delegate Amber Canas-Bakrati. Okay, there you.
Thank you. Thank you. Ms. Lewis, thank you for the report. I just wanted to ask, in terms of the upcoming tribal consultation, if Navajo Nation is going to be administering the rental assistance program, if you could provide to the committee in terms of how that would be, and what is the Navajo Nation's position on the recommendations to U.S. Treasury. And I'm not sure how the formula was developed, and if you feel at this point that that's in the best interest of Navajo Nation. Thank you, Chair. That's my question.
For your question, Ms. Lewis, respond.
Honorable Delegate Crotty, thank you for the question. Currently, the Navajo Nation Washington office is combing through the regulations governing the Emergency Rental Assistance Program. And at this time, I am not able to provide any recommendations. However, there are 6 framing questions. And so what we intend to do is work with our TDHE, who actually administers this program, and to not only review how the amounts were distributed, but to really look at what the Department of Treasury intends to, what they want to hear on from tribal governments. And so we will work with NHA to develop those answers, which would then be our suggested responses from the Navajo Nation. And we'll go through the, we'll make sure that we go through the right process to ensure that Navajo leaders, including the Budget and Finance Committee, also support those responses. And so at this time, unfortunately, I'm not able to provide what our recommendation is because we haven't had that opportunity to comb through the regulations and the questions. However, as soon as we know, we'll make sure that we provide that information to the committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lewis, for your response. Back to the Budget and Finance Committee. Any further questions, comments?
I have a question.
Chair, this is Delegate Brown.
Question, I'll defer to Delegate Elmer P. Gay first, and then second to Delegate Nathaniel Brown. Delegate Elmer P. Gay. Delegate Elmer P. Gay.
Oh, can you hear me now? Hello?
Oh.
Okay, yat etana to ke hanana. Adot here adot Miss Luce. She where Ms. Delegate. I have a question. I know that we're talking about the consultations regarding tribal funds that regarding this, I know that I tried to ask during the CARES funds reported that to Ms. Piquet. I had trouble with my phone, but right now regarding the travel consultation, and there's these fundings that are allocated are being discussed out there. So I know that there's terms and conditions that goes with it. So right now, going back to the travel funds that was given to us, like regarding the CARES funds. Right now, is there any audit going on with that currently? I'm not sure if you can answer that, but you're working with the GAO, General Accountant officers, or the syndicate, government accounting, the syndicate that the Kage different come out and do the assessment or investigation on it. Are they with the CARES? Are they out here right now? Are they doing some investigation regarding the CARES funds? That would be my question. Thank you.
Delegate
Hold on.
Gay.
Ms. Lewis, please hold on. Wait till you're called upon. We do have one more question from the committee. Ashnada, Delegate Nathaniel Brown.
The one question I had was in one of your report with the council, the funding. Which funding did you say? Did you say that all the 500 plus tribes are getting equal funding? Which funding was that? Thank you.
Delegate Nathaniel Brown for your question. Any further questions from the Budget and Finance Committee? I'll defer back to Ms. Lewis. Ms. Santi Lewis, your response, please.
Chair Henio, I apologize for responding. Shija, Delegate Bigay, with respect to your question on audits regarding CARES, I am aware that there was one inquiry about the use of CARES funding. However, because of the sensitive nature of this issue, I want to defer to Office of Legislative Counsel or perhaps the Department of Justice to weigh in here, because I know that they are working with the Department of Treasury to look into that matter, but I am aware that there have been questions regarding the uses of CARES. And so I don't know how much information has been made public, and I don't want to divulge anything that should be kept confidential. So I'm going to go on to the next question. As to the second question, Delegate Brown, that is correct. Funds were allocated in equal shares for the Capital Projects Fund. So that was 100 million that was set aside for tribal governments, and they split that equally. So all tribal governments are getting $167,504. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Lewis, for that response. Back to the committee, Budget and Finance Committee. Any further questions, comments?
Chair,
You have the floor.
My question needed Chair Wade respond lagi. Isn't us as being a Budget and Finance Committee, we're allowed, or we have that to as an oversight to any physical fundings, external and internal. So to see if there's any investigation going on, or how is it going to be discussed? Is it going to be shared with us? Who will be the one that's would have to know about, or who do we have to ask?
For your question. So back to Ms. Lewis.
Chair Henio and members, I don't think that I'm best positioned to provide that response. So I'm going to turn it over to Office of Legal Counsel to provide their recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you for that response, and Shinada, Budget and Finance Committee. So that's the response from Ms. Lewis. With that, Mr. Rodas, are you still on the line with us? Navajo Nation Department of Justice.
Hello, Chair Henio. This is the Department of Justice, Rudy Anaya, Tax and Finance Unit.
Yes, Mr. Anaya, are you able to help in providing a response for the question posed by committee member Delegate Elmer P. Begay?
I'm looking for the answer to his question, but I don't know the answer off the top of my head at this moment, no.
Okay, thank you for that response. Shanda, Delegate Elmer P. Begay, I believe the response from Ms. Lewis and Department of Justice to the questions that you're posing. Do you wish to have a follow-up, or wish to wait?
Oh, thank you, Mr. Rodas and Ms. Lewis. As being a Budget and Finance Committee, I think we're obligated to being an oversight to these fundings, especially with this the big amount of funds that was being allocated to the Navajo people, and we represent the Navajo people, and we want to make sure these funds are being used or addressed according to the COVID and emergency situations. So if any funds that was misused or under investigation, are we allowed to be notified or discussed it? Because anything that we do here, I guess we had to learn, we had to understand that before we could go further on to start using these funds again. We want to make sure, as Budget and Finance Committee, I think we should be aware of it to give us aware that there's an investigation going on. Yeah. Who do you need to talk to? How do we go about it? There's my question. Thank you.
For your comments, and also regarding the possible litigations that are happening. What we can do is at the next committee meeting, which is next Tuesday, we can have Navajo Nation Department of Justice, Madam Attorney General McFall be on the agenda to give us a report, which might require an executive session. And he could present his questions to that.
Okay, Viga.
With that, Shenandoah Budget and Finance Committee, we have 2 more reports after this. Any further questions, comments? Not, then I'll call for the question to accept the report from the Navajo Nation Washington office. With that, no further questions. Ms. Sherrill, if you would lead us in a roll call vote to accept the report.
Okay, Chair. Honorable Elmer PBJ, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Amber Knezba-Crotty, how do you vote?
Shadeja, Delegate Amber Knezba-Crotty, I'll vote green.
Honorable Amber Knezba-Crotty votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Elmer PBJ, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer PBJ votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair is excused. Honorable Chair Jamie Henyo, you have 4 in favor, 0 opposed, and Chair not voting. Chair.
Shane Kellogg for that roll call vote. Report receives a due pass. 4 in favor, 0 opposed, Chair not voting. With this, I got on Ms. Lewis for being with us this long on providing the report. With this, let's move forward. Mr. Zwerlein, are you on the call with us?
Yes, I am, Mr. Chair.
Now with that, we do have the Veterans Trust Fund report. So with that, Mr. Zwerlein, you do have the floor. You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had done some previous coordination with Vice Chair Smith and with Peggy about requesting that this report be provided in executive session because we are going to be touching on some sensitive information specific to some veterans issues. So with your permission, Mr. Chair, I'm requesting that the committee consider going into executive session.
Okay, Mr. Zwerlein. With this request, time-wise, how much time would you need?
Depending on the questions, Mr. Chair, I don't need more than 45 minutes.
Okay. With this, Shenandoah Budget and Finance Committee, there is a request to meet with the committee in executive session. I'll take a motion in a second. Is there a motion to go in executive session for 45 minutes?
This is Delegate Brown, no motion for the executive session.
Okay, motion by Shenandoah. Delegate Nathaniel Brown, is there a second?
Second. Elmer Gay.
The Shenandoah, Delegate Elmer P.B. Gay, second. We do have a motion and a second to go in executive session for 45 minutes. Any questions, comments?
Chair?
Yes?
This is Edmund, still online, okay? And if you guys do go into executive, can you send me the call-in info as well, please?
Sure, we could do that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Peggy, did you get to know that?
Yes, Chair. I'm gonna, Chair, And members of the committee on the executive session, Donovan's going to show me how maybe we might just be able to just go into a separate room. The only thing is that I don't want it to be recorded. It's not supposed to be recorded.
No.
Because right now we're being recorded with this session. So I don't know how they're going to do that, but we'll find another number and I'll text it to all of us.
Okay, how much time would you need? 5 minutes?
Yeah, probably about 5 minutes to set it up. Unless Mr. Swarline may have a number that's separate that we can call into that we can have executive session on. That would be the easiest way, just to have a call-in number. We won't be on Zoom. And then that might work the best.
Mr. Zorline?
Yeah, I did send you that number. Did you not receive that email?
I'm checking. I didn't get anything. All I got was the invite to Skype.
That's it. In that email, there is a telephone number that can be emailed to the committee members or texted.
I'm looking at this. Let's see. It doesn't have a number on this screen. Let me see. Oh,
Chair Henyo, this is Delegate Crotty.
Okay, well, Peggy, Shanada, Delegate Amber Canespa-Crotty.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So understanding that there was a request for executive session, Chair, I don't think we've discussed as a committee in terms of like the time frame or other logistics. I understand you're trying to get a number. I also need to ask for the executive session, the requirement is if it deals with a personnel issue or if it's a legal matter. And I need to be clear, then those are the issues that we're going to be discussing in executive session, or else everything should be on the record and recorded. Thank you, Chair.
The time allotted that was requested for was 45 minutes. And as far as the nature of the executive session, Mr. Zwerlein, what's the nature of your request for the executive session?
This matter may develop into a broad spanning legal issue that may develop into also a personnel issue.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Peggy, were you able to locate the number?
Yes, Chair, and I sent that to you. And I'm not sure, Mr. Swarline, did you invite the committee to the Skype report too? And is that going to be recorded?
The invitation was only sent to you, ma'am, and I do not have it set to record, no.
Okay, well, we'll just go ahead and call into the number that you provided.
Okay,
on that, if that's all right, Chair.
We're ready right on your end, Peggy?
Yes, we'll just all call into that number and then we won't be on Zoom.
Okay, Shana. Okay, so let's do a roll call vote to go into executive session. There is a motion and second. Now, Sherelle, if you'll lead us in a roll call vote.
Okay, Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Canespa-Crotty, how do you vote? Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Azalea Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Amber Knezba Crotty, how do you vote?
This is Delegate Crotty. Can you let me know who motioned and second the executive session?
Honorable Amber Knezba Crotty, the motion was made by Honorable Nathaniel Brown and second by Honorable Elmer P.B. Gay.
To go into executive session?
Yes, ma'am, for 45 minutes.
Okay, thank you. I'll vote red. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Knezba Crotty votes red. Honorable Elmer P.B. Gay, how do you vote? Honorable Chair Jamie Henyo, you have 2 in favor, 1 opposed, and Chair not voting. Chair.
Dr. Shea for that roll call vote. We barely are maintaining the quorum now. With that, we do have a vote of 2 in favor, 1 opposed, Chair not voting. Motion receives a due pass. We will be in executive session for 45 minutes. Let's call in at the next few minutes. We'll come back on record at 3:15 p.m. It is almost 2:30 now, so at 3:15 p.m. we'll come back on record. Thank you, and hopefully we'll have the information here for the call-in.
Here, I'm still waiting for the number, okay? Thank you.
Okay, I'll go now. Hello, Cheryl, can you hear me?
Hi, Chair. Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, all right, we'll wait for the rest of the committee members to get back on record here.
Okay.
Cheryl, can you do a roll call vote? I mean, not roll call, a roll call to establish a quorum?
Okay. Roll call for the Budget and Finance Committee. Honorable Chair Jamie Henio.
Yeah, I'm present here in Rema, New Mexico.
Honorable Chair Jamie Henio is present. Honorable Elmer P. Begay. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Amber Knesba Crotty. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Present.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. is present. Honorable Elmer P. Begay. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Amber Knesba Crotty. Again, for roll call, Honorable Elmer P. Begay. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Amber Knesba Crotty.
Also, call Jimmy Yellowhair.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Chair Jamie Henio, you only have 2 members so far answering roll call. Chair.
Okay, this will be first roll call.
Chair, this is Peggy.
We'll do second roll call in a few minutes and see if we still can establish a quorum. Okay.
Delegate Brown is online right now, so.
Chair, you have one other member. You have 4 on the call, but they're not responding. Is *6.
Is Delegate Begay calling in?
Hey, Cheryl, I believe we do have a quorum. Do a roll call one more time.
Okay. Honorable Elmer P. Begay.
I'm present.
Honorable Elmer P. Begay is present. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Amber Knesba Crotty. Honorable Chair Jamie Henio.
I'm present.
Honorable Chair Jamie Henio is present. Honorable Vice Chair Raymond Smith Jr.
Present.
Honorable Vice Chair Raymond Smith Jr. is present. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I'm on the line. Good afternoon.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair is present. Honorable Amber Knesba Crotty. Honorable Chair Jamie Henio, you have 5 members answering roll call, which constitutes a quorum. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you for that roll call. We do have a quorum. So with this, we are back on the record. It is 3:25 p.m. And with that, Mr. Zwirline, are you still on the line with us?
Yes, sir, I am.
Okay, so with that, what we have discussed in executive session, does that complete your report?
Yes, sir, it does.
Okay, with this, Shenandoah Budget and Finance Committee, need a motion and a second to accept the report that was conducted in executive session. The motion. Hold on before I do that. I need a motion to exit executive session for the record.
Thank you.
Is there a motion?
Delegate Begay.
Motion by Delegate Begay to exit executive session. Is there a second?
I'll second Delegate Brown.
Kushin Shenandoah, Delegate Nathaniel Brown. So we do have a motion by Delegate Elmer P. Begay, second by Shenandoah Delegate Nathaniel Brown to exit executive session. With that, roll call vote to exit executive session. Sherelle?
Okay, Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
I'll vote green.
Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Amber Knesba Crotty, how do you vote? Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Knesba Crotty, how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I'll vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Chair Jamie Henio, you have 4 in favor, 0 opposed, and Chair not voting. Chair.
Christian, thank you for that roll call vote. We have a vote 4 in favor, 0 opposed, Chair not voting to exit executive session. Therefore, we're back on record here. And with this, I'll need a motion to accept the report from the Navajo Nation Veterans Administration that was conducted in executive session. Is there a motion to accept the report?
This is Delegate Brown. No motion to accept the report.
Delegate Nathaniel Brown votes to motions to accept the report. Is there a second?
Vice Chair Smith.
Shenandoah, Vice Chair Smith. Motion by Delegate Brown, second by Vice Chair Smith to accept the report. With that, we did conduct all of our business executive session. Therefore, I'll go to a roll call vote. With that, Sherelle, if you did this in a roll call vote to accept the report.
Okay, Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Begay votes green.
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Amber Knesba Crotty, how do you vote? Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I'll vote green. I'll vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Amber Knazba Crotty, how do you vote? Honorable Chair Jamie Hinyo, you have 4 in favor, 0 opposed, and Chair not voting. Chair.
Kushina and Canlon for that roll call vote. We do have 4 in favor, 0 opposed, Chair not voting. With that, we have accepted the report from the Navajo Veterans Administration on the Veterans Trust Fund. Next item on the agenda is the update on Fort Defiance Agency chapter budgets, presented by Patricia Begay, Administrative Service Center. Ms. Patricia Begay, are you on the line with us this afternoon?
Chair, this is Delegate Crotty. Before you call the next report, if you could recognize my vote on the report as a green. Thank you.
Kushina. With that, on accepting the report, Sherelle, there's a vote of green. Did you get that?
Yes, Chair Hinyo.
Kushina, with that, we do have a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed, Chair not voting. Delegate Amber Knazba Crotty for calling in. With that, Ms. Patricia Begay, are you on the line with us? Navajo Division of Community Development.
Good afternoon, honorable members of the Budget and Finance Committee. My name is Patricia Begay, and I am working with the Administrative Service Center, Division of Community Development, and I am on the agenda to provide an update on the Fort Defiance Agency chapter budgets.
You have the floor. Present your report.
For the Fort Defiance area office, we have 18 chapters, and for the FY22 budget allocations, which includes Cornfields, Crystal, Fort Defiance, Ganado, Hawk, Kinslachi, Klagetoh, Lupton, Manlito, Nahatazil, Oak Springs, Red Lake, Rock Springs, Sawmill, St. Michael, Steamboat, Tayatwa, and Wide Ruins. Those are the 18 chapters that my office oversees. We have submitted the budgets have been reviewed and approved for compliance, and also the request for the drawdown funds, meaning that we sent the memorandum and the RDPs across to the Office of Office of the Controllers on 10/28, have been submitted for the chapters to receive their allocations. And that would be my report.
Ms. Begay for that report. Is there a motion to accept the report?
Vice Chair Smith.
Vice Chair Smith, motion to accept the report. Is there a second?
Second, Delegate Crotty.
Delegate Amber Knazba Crotty. So we do have a motion and a second to accept the report. Budget and Finance Committee, is there any questions for Ms. Patricia Begay?
I have a question. This is Delegate Begay, Elmer Begay.
Delegate Elmer P. Begay, you have the floor.
Again, Chair Henio, out of Budget and Finance Committee. Thank you for doing your report too. I thought during the presentation here, Chadin, that's the thing. Chadin had this thing called. In a stage of punch low for the chain, but she's not in the city. That's another. Called Yat Vidini called Patricia, and then AFC office. I'm not sure who's all on the line too. If Miss Jim Martin, and then also Miss Dr. Yellowman, that's it. I'm not sure they're on the line. But Budget and Finance Committee, though, I requested for this report because right now, which delegate today, Amber Crowley mentioned it this morning regarding that a lot of chapters haven't received any FY22 budget. So all my chapters this morning, because they're having the hardest time getting their funds to be allocated to their chapters. One main concern is here in Dalcon. Because we have I don't know how many times there's been emails being shared among the staff here. Staff includes the chapter manager and then the AMS with Eunice, and then also Eunice Brigade, our ASC office, and then also from Patricia Brigade. So as of today, any funding that hasn't been dispersed to Dalcon chapter, we've been having meetings. I've been doing some emails trying to get them what's the problem, what kind of assistance can be provided from the AFC office, maybe some guidelines, maybe some action plan that we can address this issue. As of right now, there's almost 3 pay period that the staff here hasn't get paid yet. We have a receptionist here. She lives in NXA. She has to pay extra because of that is $25 extra. She has to pay over there because she's not paying for her rent. You know that they don't make a lot of money, and then her family rely on her for all this all this whatever she's for her family. For 3 pay period. So I have feelings for her. Why are we doing this? So this afternoon we finally got together and we started getting our accountant here and then also our consultant here. So they addressed some issues. They finally told us that it's been in the process now, that they signed it and it's going to go into, I don't know when OOC is going to say it's okay to use the money. They finally been signed off. But I think it became really, to me, it's kind of very personal to me because we saw a text message. That's what's really very unprofessional about when we're having meetings and we have a text message that was given across to Ms. Brigade to the people that were here. We saw that text message, so it was very unprofessional to our own personal or accounting. Consultant so we're going to start getting this go ahead and start using the funding so they don't need so but first of all, you know that we're the Navajo Nation employees, and as a delegate we disperse funds. We go through a lot to get, as being the Budget and Finance Committee, from where the budget preparation, we go through the budget hearings. It goes through a lot of deliberations. Once we start doing it, according to the personnel starts coming in saying that this is not right. There's no ASC office. So it's not hurting the employees. We're hurting the people too. There's a lot of people out here that's requesting for funds, requesting for water, but we have our water truck here that we haven't paid for the insurance. We haven't paid for the insurance. Every night we can't even deliver water. Even the trash, we had to pay for the trash bins to be hauled away, but we can't do that. People, we're really giving hardship to the community. I think we need to somehow, if this is a local government process, if we can put the local government, local empowerment to be working, I think we need to have some kind of action plan, some kind of a plan that we can go by. So these things won't happen. We won't be putting a lot of hardship on our people. I think this money should have been dispersed to the chapters. Along the way, this can be fixed. If it's lacking compliance, it can be corrected along the way. I wanted to know, one question that I wanted to ask is there a policy or is there a law within the Navajo Nation during the fiscal allocation to be dispersed to the people, to the chapter? What's the timeline? Can after it's been approved, what's the timeline that this money can be dispersed to the chapter so it can be used for to deliver service to the people? So there's one question that we usually have called then a plan of operation should have been written within the Division of Community Development. So Henio, thank you.
Delegate Elmer P. Begay for your question and comments. Defer back to is Dr. Yellowman, are you on the line with us from Community Development? Or Ms. Sunlasa Jim Martin?
Good afternoon, Chair. I'm on the line here.
Who's this? Is this Dr. Yellowman? Oh, yes, I see you. Agustina. Maybe, are you able to respond to Delegate Elmer P. Begay?
Thank you, Chair and honorable members of Budget and Finance. I was able to hear Delegate Elmer Begay's concerns and comments, and I do know that we have met with his chapter. There are annual and standard procedures that the ASC and the SPPS engage annually with the chapters. Sometimes there can be some transition or changes, such as new staff or new elected officials. We are seeing some new elected officials going through the process lately, and we do have some transitions with staff as well. But we do have staff online who can speak a little bit more about the annual BIM process and the FMS policies and procedures. Those are standard and occur annually. The ASC and SPPS, they do work with the chapter unit attorney, Mr. Rod Begay, and make recommendations to these policies, and by no means they're not designed to withhold or hold or have more challenges. If anything, I really think that our staff work hard to present some potential red flags and try to assist the chapters in identifying what those red flags could be or might be, and help the chapters reconcile. There was a conversation prior to today with the chapter on some items that needed to be reconciled and additional information to be provided. So there's a certain part of participation on behalf of the SPPS and ASC, and there's a level of participation from the chapter administration and chapter leadership. They're equal or they're equally important participants to the process in reconciling and assisting in the budget being moved forward in the new fiscal year. But I do also know that we are abiding by HIPAA laws, and many of our staff and employees have been impacted by COVID as well, and we're all trying to overcome those in various ways. That's also important here because it does impact this particular conversation. So, Shanand, we do have staff on the line who could speak a little bit more to the details of Delegate Elmer Begay's question on the policies and the procedures and the annual visits of those during this time. So if I can turn to our ASC to present some of that information and detail to answer the question. If you have.
Thank you, Dr. Yellowman, for being on the call with us, also being on the line. And with that, I'll leave it up to you who you wish to call upon.
Miss Salonsta Jim Martin and Miss Patricia Begay.
Miss Jim Martin.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes.
Okay, this is Sunlatsa Jim Martin, ASC Department Manager. Thank you for the question, Delegate Elmer Begay, for sharing your concern and bringing this to the attention of our committee. We do understand the situation with Delcon chapter. I was on the call this afternoon, and I did get your concerns regarding unprofessional conduct, and I will address that. I was in receipt of that information, so rest assured that we will address that and help our staff in making sure that we conduct ourselves in a professional manner. I know that we are under some pressure right now too, so I do apologize that we had to experience that this morning or this afternoon. I do want to share that we understand your concerns regarding the hardship that's upon the community members in Delcon and the need for the funds. We want to make sure we're also in compliance. So I think there are ways that we can assist the chapter in getting in compliance, addressing some of the reconciliation, and also continue to get the funds released to support your community. So we are working on that with OOC. I do want to share that many chapters are still getting their funds approved through the system at the Office of the Controller's level. They are backlogged, as we understand, and many of the budgets are still getting allocated into the chapters. So we will press the OOC staff to help us to get these funds moving. And also in regards to preventing this from happening in the future, I think we do have an opportunity to revisit the budget instruction manual and also to look at our financial management system and policies for our certified chapters. I think there's ways that we can make those improvements and provide a step-by-step guidance to the certified chapters on how to make sure they don't miss some of these compliance areas, and we can continue to support the consultants and the chapter staff out there in making sure they understand the new budget instruction manual policies and procedures. So with that, I want to go ahead and ask if Patricia Begay can share on some of those timelines that we work from the budget instruction manual, and then some of the procedures that we need our chapters to follow. But again, we are looking at ways to improve this process. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Allah, for your response, Ms. Jim Martin. Ms. Patricia Begay.
Good afternoon, honorable members of the BNF committee. So I just want to reflect back on the process that the chapters, when they start their budget process with ASC. Once the allocations are given to the chapters, they're uploaded into the WIN system, where is the database where they do their budgets. That's the very first thing that they do is develop their budget in the WIN system. Thereafter, once they complete it, they submit it to our office for compliance review. Once we do that, we either approve it for compliance review or reject it. Once it's rejected, we're requesting for them to make adjustments on the areas that become a concern. We let them know that that's the areas that we don't approve. It has to be within the accordance to the BIM and allowed, and it determines what's allowed and disallowed costs. So if the chapter puts in information or allocates funds for a disallowed cost for one of the fund accounts, then we reject that. And thereafter, once we get that done, if everything goes well, they usually they're required to submit a resolution approving their budget. And then thereafter, we do the memorandum and the request for direct payment directly to the chapter. This is a process we've been taking on annual basis. And that's a process depending on when the funds are given to the chapter and when they have their meetings at the local level with the community members to approve their budgets. And unfortunately, this year we were a little towards the end of the fiscal year, so many of the chapters did not get their budgets presented to the community members until the latter part of October. And we always use the Navajo Nation BIM, which has the Appendix M. The Appendix M is the one that provides the policies and procedures overall for the chapters. That would be my response.
Thank you for your response. The staff with Division of Community Development. Now back to the Budget and Finance Committee. Any further questions, comments?
This is Delegate Gay again.
Delegate Amr Gay, you have the floor.
Okay, I can't know I don't do that. Yeah, Dr. Yellman and I don't Miss Jim Martin. I can't Nana. I don't Miss Patricia Begay. Dr. Yellman and Jim Martin. I think thank you for being on the line and trying to get provide assistance to Dalcon chapter. So I think at the end, I think we made a recommendation how it can be done that the chapter here is willing to work with Eunice Dole, straight from Eunice to the chapters and all the chapters that we represent. In Hahajo, I think there was just something that we seen that was kind of very personal to where our consultant counting Lenigin Ideya. So with just a recommendation how it can be done to I think that be the only way that we can move forward and start correcting a lot of stuff. So that'll be my recommendation. Thank you.
This is
Delegate Yellowhead.
Delegate Begay for your comments. So now Delegate Jimmy Yellowhead.
Oh, the chairman, the vice chairman, to my colleagues of being a committee. 그런데 비빠르죠. 안실도 그게 not you can clear yesterday American for the policy and later to the community development Aran the Shanala, Dr. Yellman. I think this is a fiscal year starting already, fiscal year 22. And I'm just thinking about the county. And Suzita, one of the first that should be follow up on these budget, which budget is process already been taken by FMIS. They should be taken care of immediately with the administration about this, because these budgets are very important. So it can be started on time to take care of government operations. For payment to be made, necessary payment, operating expenditures, all these have to be done immediately. Of course, these are not started. It urgent needs to be checked by Dr. Yellowman. I just want to bring this to your attention. A county system is really taking care of very close. So these things won't happen at the chapter level. Now the question to the heart, the insurance should this probably not get us need that any insurance give AR is a year after year. They always stop. Insurance not pay vehicle, trouble vehicle, all of this part and nothing's going on. Or get behind, even affect to senior citizens too. They get crazy about this. I'd like to request it directed to my committee that we have to get together with the OMBs. How can we fix this? This is continued problems. I think we can do it to take care of this issue for next year. So with this thing won't happen. Insurance pay, it's not pay me because of money is not available yet. No, Joe Craig though, special fund that is helping launch it. One so far has the Chairman Honorable Henio. Thank you. Yeah, I'll go back on mute now. Thank you very much.
I'll get Jimmy Young here for your comments. With that, any further comments or questions from the Budget and Finance Committee? With that, we'll go back to our presenter for a final response, and I'll call for the question. Ms. Patricia McGay.
Okay. Good afternoon again, members of the Budget and Finance Committee. As my upper management mentioned that there are some areas to revisit for the chapters allocations, but I also want to make one more additional comment for the BNF committee. Prior to the way that we're doing this processing in the last 2 years for the chapters, prior to that, what Division of Community Development used to do was process all the checks for the chapters, and they would have the checks here, and then we would request for a resolution. We would ask them the chapters to do the budgets, and if they'll bring up the resolution, then we release it to them. But when we check for the corrections or the rejections that we did for the chapters to correct, they never did. So that was how it was done prior. But now it's the chapters. We ask that they at least get their budgets completed, get it approved, and then we would submit for their drawdowns across over at OOC. So that's how we've been handling it in the last few years. But prior to that, the checks were already processed by the Navajo Nation, and we would wait for the chapters to bring in their resolutions. However, the setback is that they never, when we did reject their budgets for compliance, they never, some of the chapters didn't make the adjustment, so they just had this budget the way it was, and it was out of compliance. So that our new process is just to make them a little bit more accountable, and having them complete everything, and we would request for the drawdown. So just for your information.
Christine Gannon for that response. With this, our Budget and Finance Committee, are we ready to accept the report?
Just one more thing.
This is Delegate Yellowhead again.
Okay, be mindful, Shananta. We do have a lot of new business resolutions to attend to also too. So with that, Shananta, Delegate Elmer P. Begay.
One thing I think we all need to know about it is I know that chapter during the pandemic FY21 budget. So the Dalcon chapter operated during that time. Even the Navajo Nation was closed, but we cannot afford to ignore these situations at that time. Oh, you ya the not even people were here and there. We had our post office here at that time. Out of trash, out on the water, so we had to go elsewhere to get water. I see the chapter officials, they had to go on, they were told not to go on using stipend. Of course, they had to be on payroll to get that. No, so they created that. So that's why we got into that $46,000 negative vehicle. We were in deficit. So that's how we operate. I think we need to be mindful that the ASC office, during that time, there was nobody to guide us and tell us what to do. Then that cost then we had some carryovers that we had to use. Nobody understood, but we have a accountant here that explained everything to Miss Patricia Begay. There was at that time, she's the accountant. Then he gives a lot of explanation. This is how it is. Being an accountant, but don't. So that's how this is how the text message unprofessional way started coming in. So just to let you guys know. I'm gonna
Delegate Elmer, Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair, Shananta, you have the floor.
I'll make it very short. Delegate Yellowhair and myself, I'm over here at Peabody, touring the Kayenta, Peabody, Ivan, with my people up here. I'll speak with my being a committee colleagues in the House meeting the announcement, these kind of problems. Thank you, Chairman.
They'll get Jimmy Yellowhair. We go ahead. Could any further questions or comments from the committee? Do a roll call vote to accept the report. Sherelle, if you would lead us to that roll call vote. Well, hold on. Before you do that, I see a hand up. Patricia Begay, do you wish to respond again?
Honorable Chair, no, I just ended up pressing the wrong number.
Okay, I saw a big hand coming up in Augustine and Sherelle, if you lead us to that roll call vote.
Okay, Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
How about green?
Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
I will vote green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Amber Knesba Crowdy, how do you vote?
Shadow Delegate Amber Knesba Crowdy, I'll vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Knesba Crowdy votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I'll vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Chair Jamie Henyo, you have 5 in favor, 0 opposed, and Chair not voting. Chair.
Shake hand for that roll call vote. Let's see if it do pass. 5 in favor, 0 opposed, Chair not voting. Thank you, Ms. Begay. though Ms. Jim Martin and Dr. Yellowman for being on the call with us this afternoon on this report. So on our agenda, moving forward, we spent 5.5 hours on reports, which is a lot of good, healthy discussion. Going to old business legislation, 127-21. Delegate Purnell Halona, are you on the call this morning, this afternoon?
Good afternoon, sir. Can you hear me?
Oh yes, Viga. Agushina. With that, let's go to old business. Peggy, if you would read the legislation under old business and give us a recap of 127-21.
Chair Henio and members of the Budget Finance Committee, this legislation 0127-21, an action relating to resources and development and Budget and Finance Committee approving a change in resolution number CAP 3518 for Twin Lakes chapter by deleting 3 projects in the year 1 funding period and adding new equipment purchases in the year 3 funding period, sponsored by Purnell Halona, council delegate. This was read into the record on October 12, 2021. The main motion is held by Amber K. Crotty, seconded by Jimmy Yellowhair. Tabling motion made by Raymond Smith Jr., seconded by Jimmy Yellowhair. Vote was 4 in favor, 0 opposed. It was tabled for 30 days pending supporting chapter resolution and 3 quotations received for $115,761.13 to purchase a truck. And so in order to get this back on the table, you need to recall it. And then there is an amendment that was prepared for the committee. And as far as I know, the Resources and Development Committee had a due pass with no amendments. And the chapter resolution was received, although it's not required. And then the 3 quotations were submitted too as well. And I think you have a copy of the chapter resolution and the 3 quotations, the letter from the chapter official to Budget and Finance Committee.
Kashina Ikena, thank you for the reading and the recap. With this, Shenandoah Budget and Finance Committee, is there a motion to recall legislation 127-21?
Vice Chair Smith.
Motion by Vice Chair Smith, second by
Delegate Begay.
Delegate Elmer P. Begay. With that, to put it back on the table for discussion, roll call vote. Ms. Sherrill, lead us a roll call vote.
Okay, roll call vote. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
I'll vote green.
Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Knesba Crotty, how do you vote?
Today's Delegate Amber Knesba Crotty, and I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Knesba Crotty votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Chair Jamie Henyo, you have 4 in favor, 0 opposed, and Chair not voting. Chair.
Kashina, thank you for that. We do have a vote 4 in favor, 0 opposed, Chair not voting. We are back on record with 127-21. Though with that, as the committee we discussed in a prior meeting before it went to tabled, that there was a request from the committee for the two documentation, and we received those from the sponsor. And so with that, I'll yield the time to Delegate Pernell Halona Shinanda. If you want to add anything to this legislation, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I'm sorry, I got dropped off there. I just barely got back on. I'm kind of a little bit lost there, but I don't know, if you got to the amendment, that we need to change a little bit on the amendment? If we need to change some of the language on the legislation, I saw that it said 115,000. We got the three different quotes. We need to include those, add those in. It's a change of equipment that we need a vehicle for Twin Lakes chapter, because they have buy a brand new backhoe. They got this brand new trailer, and we don't have anything to haul it around. And it'll save us a lot of wear and tear on the machinery and help it last a lot longer. So with that, Chair.
Delegate Halona. This committee members, there is a request for an amendment. Ms. Laureline Tapahi, are you still with us on the call?
Chair Hinio, this is Peggy.
Peggy?
I forwarded the amendment to everyone.
Okay, alrighty.
Just momentarily.
Mr. Chair, I'm still on the call, yes, and I did email out the amendment to Delegate Halona.
With that, Shenandoah Budget and Finance Committee, there is a request for an amendment from the sponsor. And we do have the amendment emailed to us. So that committee members, is there a sponsor for this amendment?
Do we need to stand up and stretch? Just kidding.
Is there a motion? If not, I'll call for the question.
Yellow hair motion.
Okay, there's a motion by Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair on the amendment number 1. Peggy, if you read the amendment number 1.
Okay, members of the Budget and Finance Committee, the amendment was sent to you with the exhibits. Amendment 1 to legislation number 0127-21. 1 on page 1 at lines 14 and 15, lines 14 through 15, make the following changes. Existing language in the year 1 funding period, new language, and adding new heavy equipment purchases in the year funding period. That's overstricken. New language approving the purchase of a heavy duty truck for the chapter and the transfer of remaining funds to the Navajo Division of Transportation for use on road improvement projects within the chapter. 2, on page 3 at line 10, add a new paragraph H as follows. New language H, the dollar amount of savings shown in paragraph D on page 2 of this legislation and shown in exhibit 2 totals $115,761.13. As explained in paragraph D, the Twin Lakes chapter desires to use these savings for the purchase of a CV 515 truck, 4x4 with flatbed cab guard. The chapter has found one of these vehicles with a cost of $81,510. See exhibits 4 pages. The chapter therefore desires to purchase this vehicle and transfer the remaining $34,251.13 in cost savings to the Navajo Division of Transportation for use on road improvement projects within the chapter. See exhibits 5, 2 pages. 3, add new exhibit 4 and new exhibit 5. 4 on page 3 at line 21 after quote Navajo Nation end quote delete council. 5 on page 3 at line 28 add the following new language. With a total savings of $115,761.13, the Navajo Nation hereby approves the purchase of a single vehicle described in Exhibit 4 for a cost of $81,510 for the Twin Lakes chapter, and further approves the transfer of the remaining $34,251.13 to the Navajo Division of Transportation for use on road improvement projects within the Twin Lakes chapter. Renumber or reletter succeeding paragraph sections or exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The Office of Legislative Services and the Office of Legislative Counsel with notice to the sponsors of the legislation are hereby authorized to make technical edits to this legislation as necessary and appropriate to correct grammatical and to correct numerical errors, so long as all such edits accurately reflect committee's intent in approving this legislation. This amendment shall supersede all inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment, which amendment shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. Chair Hideo.
Yeah, thank you for that reading, Peggy. Is there a second to the motion for amendment number 1?
Vice Chair Smith, second.
Okay, motion by Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair, second by Vice Chair Smith. Amendment number 1. Any questions, comments on amendment number 1? Okay, any questions or comments on amendment number 1? If not, I'll call for the question to accept amendment number 1. Okay, there's no questions or comments on amendment number 1. Therefore, Sherelle, need a roll call vote to accept amendment number 1.
Okay, Honorable Elmer P.B. Gay, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer P.B. Gay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Knesba Crotty, how do you vote?
The base of Delegate Amber Kenneth-Crotty, I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Knesba Crotty votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I'll vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Oh, that's right, huh?
Honorable
vote green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Chair Jamie Henyo, you have 5 in favor, 0 opposed, and Chair not voting. Chair.
Kashina, here now for that. A roll call vote. We do have a due pass on amendment number 1. With that, we're back on the main motion. Is there any questions or comments on the main motion?
This is Delegate Brown.
Delegate Nathaniel Brown, you have a question on the main motion. You have the floor.
The main question is with this change. Again, I just want to make sure that the chapter officials, the manager are aware and the community supports this. So you have the approval of the community, correct? Thank you.
Good, Shane, thank you for that question. Delegate Pernell Halona.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, being as committee members. Thank you for that question. Yes, we do have sports committee. We have a resolution that we just recently obtained and we turned in with the packet. I also have, I'm sure I have the president of the tonight's chapter online as well, if anyone has any questions for him. Otherwise, yes, we do have a sports committee. Thank you. Chairman.
Delegate Halona. Back to Budget and Finance Committee. Any further questions or comments? If there are none, I'll call for the question to accept legislation 127-21. Then I call for the question. Sherelle, if you would lead us to roll call vote on the main motion. Prior to that, hold on, please. Peggy, second reading.
Chair Hymio, Amendment 1, on page 1 at lines 14 through 15, make the following changes in the year 1 funding overstrike and adding new heavy equipment purchases in the year 3 funding period. New language approving the purchase of a heavy duty truck for the speaker and the transfer of remaining funds to the Navajo Division of Transportation for use on road improvement projects within the chapter. On page 3 at line 10, add a new paragraph H as follows. New language, the dollar amount of savings shown in paragraph D on page 2 of this legislation and shown in exhibit 2 totals $115,761.13 as explained in paragraph D. The Twin Lakes chapter desires to use these savings for the purchase of a CV 515 truck 4x4 with flatbed cab guard. The chapter has found one of these vehicles with a cost of $81,510. See Exhibit 4, 4 pages. The chapter therefore desires to purchase this vehicle and transfer the remaining $34,251.13 in cost savings to the Division of Transportation for use on road improvement projects within the chapter. See Exhibit 5. 3, add new Exhibit 4 and new Exhibit 5. 4 on page 3 at line 21 after navigation delete council. 5 on page 3 at line 28 may add the following new language with a total savings of $15,761.13. The navigation hereby approves the purchase of the single engine vehicle described in Exhibit 4 for a cost of $81,510 for the Twin Lakes chapter. Further approves the transfer of the remaining $34,251.13 to the Navajo Division of Transportation for use on road improvement projects within the Twin Lakes chapter. Second reading completed.
Thank you, Peggy, for hanging with us this long on the second reading. With that, Sherelle, if you lead us roll call vote.
Okay, Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Elmer Begay votes green.
Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Amber Knezba Crotty, how do you vote? Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Knezba Crotty, how do you vote?
Kadeja, this is Delegate Crotty. I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canesba Crotty votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Chair Jamie Henio, you have 4 in favor, 0 opposed, and Chair not voting. Chair.
Christina, thank you for that roll call vote. You have a due pass of 4 in favor, 0 opposed, Chair not voting. Delegate Pernell Halona for putting this legislation for Budget and Finance Committee.
And thank you, sir. Thank you, Budget Finance Committee members. Thank you, everybody who participated in this transfer. I appreciate all your help and support. Thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you. With this, let's go on to move on to new business. We do have a consent agenda, items on 7, A, B, and C. With that, Peggy, if you would read the legislations that are on the consent agenda for the committee, and then after that, we'll entertain the motion in a second.
Thank you, Chair Henio. Excuse me. Legislation number 0193-20, an action relating to resources and development and budget and finance committees approving a change in resolution cap 3518 exhibit D number 177 through chapter veterans building design construction project by changing budget line item number from 9070 to budget line item number 9050. Okay, and then the second item is legislation number 0239-20, an action relating to law and order and budget and finance committees accepting and approving grant number 2020 VDBX 0632 for a project entitled Navajo Nation Coronavirus Emergency Response in the amount of $486,348 from the Office of Justice Programs, U.S. Department of Justice, for the period January 2020 to January 31, 2022. The third item is legislation number 0168-19, an action relating to resources and development and budget and finance committees approving a change in project type in resolution cap 3518, amending the project type to add design for the Smith Lake chapter Bay Shop building. I'm sorry, for 161, the sponsors are Honorable Edmund Yazi and Kialan Begay. The other one is for 0293, it's Honorable Otto So, and I'm not sure. I think it's Mr. Wanika, or I'm not sure whose signature that is. And then the tracking number 0193-20 is sponsored by Honorable Edmund Yazi as well. Thank you, Chair.
Christina, thank you for that reading on legislation 193-20, although 239-20 and 168-19. These are old legislations. So with that sponsor, I did hear Delegate Eben Yazi on the call earlier. Che, Delegate Odoso, are you on the call too? Hello, can you hear me?
Chair, this is Ed Benyazi. I'm still here online, okay?
Okay, we got it now. Thank you for that. Is there a motion to accept the consent agenda?
Delegate Elmer P. Begay.
Delegate Elmer P. Begay, is there a second?
Second by Delegate
Yellowhair.
Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair seconds. So we do have a motion and a second on the consent agenda. Any questions on the consent? If not, we'll go straight to a vote. Sherelle, if you would lead us a roll call vote to accept the consent agenda items.
Okay, Chair. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Vote in favor.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Amber Canesba Crotty, how do you vote?
Convicted Delegate Amber King-Crotty, I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Knazba-Crotty votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I'll vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Chair Jamie Henio, you have 5 in favor, 0 opposed, and Chair not voting. Chair.
Thank you for that roll call vote. We do have 5 in favor, 0 opposed, Chair not voting. We have accepted the consent agenda items. Thank you, Shananda, Chairman Edmund Yazzie, for being with us all day long.
No problem, Chair and committee members. Thank you. Yeah.
With that, next item on our agenda is item D, legislation 114-21. I am sponsoring that legislation. Therefore, Vice Chair, if you would take over. Vice Chair Smith, are you still with us?
Chair Henio, I think we may have to get a pro tem because Vice Chair's call may have dropped.
Okay. With this, I'll ask Shananda, Elmer PBK, are you or Shananda Delegate Nathaniel Brown? Or Shananda Delegate Amber?
This Delegate again.
If you would, I'll hand the virtual gavel over to you, Shananda.
Okay, thank you for that, Chair Henio. So, we're on the legislation number 0114-21, which is sponsored by Jamie Henio. So, Peggy, we read into the record, our legislation.
Okay, thank you. Members of the Budget and Finance Committee, this is a proposed standing committee resolution assigned to Resources and Development Committee, Budget and Finance Committee. This proposed standing committee resolution 24th Nation Council 3rd year 2021, introduced by Jamie Henio. Tracking number 0114-21, an action relating to Resources and Development and Budget and Finance Committees, accepting the Auditor General's follow-up review of the To'ahachile Chapter's Corrective Action Plan implementation and imposing sanctions upon the To'ahachile Chapter for failure to implement the Corrective Action Plan. So you have the legislation, which is before you, and the exhibits that are referenced in the legislation. You have the internet public review. There were no comments received. Resources and Development Committee has a due pass with amendment, but a recommendation as follows. It says, RDC recommends no sanctions be imposed on To'ahachile Chapter's current chapter officials. RDC further recommends that the To'ahachile Chapter be provided an additional 6 months to continue working on their CAPs. After 6 months, a follow-up report be provided to the RDC and BFC by both the To'ahachile Chapter officials and the Office of the Auditor General. And then it mentions Amendment 1. However, there's no language that I could find on the amendment that was made. And it had a vote of 5 in favor, one not voting. So that's the confusing part about their committee report, Chair. Pro Tem Chair, and the vote tally sheet is also attached.
Thank you for that, Peggy, for reading that into the record. On that confusion part of it, from the committee report, is there any correction that has to be done before we could approve it or to make a vote on it? Or has it been corrected by legislative council? My question. Thank you.
I believe that, I'm not sure if Mariana Khan is from the, who works with the Resources and Development Committee is on the call. I am, maybe Dana or Laureline can answer your question, Chair Pro Tem. If their recommendation that is written on the committee report, if that's an amendment, then it doesn't tell you what line or what page that would be written into the legislation. So we need advisement on that from Legislative Council.
Okay, is legislative council on the line for clarification before we could move on this legislation?
Mr. Chair Pro Tem, this is Laureline with Office of Legislative Counsel.
Okay, go ahead, Laureline. This is Doug.
Okay. It looks like this legislation went to the RDC, and the RDC it's a little curious here because it says RDC had it under consideration and reports a due pass with amendment, but a recommendation as follows. There's actually no written amendment. It simply says RDC is simply saying RDC recommends no sanctions be imposed on the To'Hajiilee chapter, on the To'Hajiilee chapter's current chapter officials. RDC further recommends that the To'Hajiilee chapter be provided an additional 6 months to continue working on their CAPs. After 6 months, a follow-up report be provided to RDC and BFC by both the To'Hajiilee chapter officials and the Office of the Auditor General. So it is unusual that it's kind of I guess it was a verbal recommendation that was recorded here on this committee report rather than actual written amendment. But be that as it may, Budget and Finance Committee has the final authority to actually vote to impose sanctions upon the To'Hajiilee chapter for failure to implement the corrective action plan. The Auditor General, under Exhibit 2, the Auditor General did do a follow-up report to determine whether or not the chapter implemented its corrective action plan. And the report is dated March 2021. And the Auditor General found that the To'Hajiilee chapter only implemented 34% of the corrective measures, leaving 66% unresolved.
Chair.
There's a point of order, Laureline.
Chair?
Point of order from Delegate Smith.
Chair Henio.
Oh, Chair Henio.
I kind of sound handsome. We need to, before a motion and seconds being established, our legislative council is starting getting into the gist of the legislation. All right.
Daniel, we're losing you. You've been cutting off. On the line.
So the Legislative Council is starting to get into the legislation itself, and we haven't even established a motion yet.
Daniel. Can you hear me?
So I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, oh yeah. We kind of dropping some some of the we can't hear you for a while, but I think we kind of understood you that the Budget and Finance Committee, I think there's still a confusion, and we're trying to guess what RDC recommended. So I think Chair Henny was maybe stating that maybe for any clarification, I think we might just maybe resubmit back to recommend it back to RDC. How do we go about it? Legislative Council, Darlene?
Thank you, Mr. Chair Pro Tem. I was just going to say that the Auditor General, in accordance with her authority, under Title 12, Section 9, B and C, the Auditor General has actually recommended that sanctions be imposed on the chapter for failure to implement.
Yeah, point of order, Delegate Elder Brigade. Can you hear me now?
Oh, go ahead. This is point of order. What's your point of order, Delegate Henio?
Okay, same thing. My point of order is that Legislative Council is getting into the debates of the legislation before we even establish a motion and a second. And I wish you wouldn't do that and just answer the questions. We're starting to get into the legislation itself. That's my point of order.
Thank you for that, Chair Henio. Darlene, Legislative Council, do you think you can just answer the questions before going into detail of the legislation?
Yes, Mr. Chair Pro Tem. Well, again, RDC did not pass any written amendments. It verbally recommended that no sanctions be imposed on the chapter, that the chapter be given an additional 6 months. So at this point, Budget and Finance Committee can accept that recommendation and essentially vote this resolution down, because this resolution is imposing, if it's passed, this resolution would impose sanctions on the chapter. So if the committee, this committee, Budget and Finance Committee, wishes to accept the recommendation of the Resources and Development Committee, it would vote this resolution down. If this committee decides not to accept the recommendation of the Resources and Development Committee and decides that it believes sanctions are appropriate at this time, then it would vote in support of this resolution. And that's all I have.
Thank you for that, Darlene. Budget and Finance Committee, so it's all, how do you want to go about this legislation? Or do you want me to, Chair Henio has more, maybe on what his recommendation is going to be. And that's like how Darlene stated that either we have to accept the recommendation from RDC or vote it down on RDC's recommendation.
Pro Tem Chair, we need
go
to
ahead,
establish a motion now. A motion on the resolution.
Okay. Okay. Budget and Finance Committee. We need to vote on this for motion and second.
Point of order, Delegate Crotty.
What's your point of order, Delegate Crowley?
Oh, yeah, thanks, and I, Delegate Elmer P. Begay, thank you. Pro Tem, if you could help the committee, is this legislation in order to make the motion regarding the discussion from the recommendation of RDC? I can't find that provision making a verbal recommendation on a committee report, but I recognize it happened. I just need some clarification in terms of the impact of just, is the resolution in order for BNF to hear it today? Thank you.
Back to thank you for that, Delegate Crowley. Larlene, can you maybe answer that question?
Laureline.
Larlene, yeah.
Mr. Chair Pro Tem? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay. So the legislation is in order in front of the Budget and Finance Committee today if the report from the RDC has been verified. As I read it, again, it's confusing. It says RDC passed the resolution with an amendment, but then there's no actual written amendment. It says a recommendation, and it appears that the recommendation was verbally made and it was simply put in writing in the committee report. So if this report was verified, if it indeed happened that way, then this legislation is properly before the committee today.
Thank you for that, Larlene. David, Delegate Crowley, does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you. So I'll motion so we could move along with this legislation. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Is there any second? Budget and Finance Committee, are you still on the line?
This is Delegate Brown. I will second, but question of privilege. So if we don't agree with Resource and Development Amendment because it's unclear, we would simply vote this amendment down, correct, Ms. Tabaha? Thank you.
Okay, there's a question for you, Larlene.
Okay, Mr. Chair Pro Tem.
Before we acknowledge Delegate Brown's second motion.
Mr. Pro Tem Chair, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So the committee today would not be voting the amendment up or down because, again, there's actually no formal amendment that was passed, adopted by RDC, even though they say in the committee report RDC passes the legislation with an amendment. There really is no amendment. RDC simply made a verbal recommendation that no sanctions be imposed at this time and that the chapter be given an additional 6 months to come into compliance with the corrective action plan. So this committee today, Budget and Finance today, is not voting on that amendment. The committee is simply considering the recommendation of the RDC and deciding whether to vote the legislation up or down. If the legislation is voted up, then sanctions will be imposed upon the chapter under Title 12, Section 9. And the committee decides to vote the resolution down, then there would be no sanctions. The committee could, if it wanted to, the committee could simply vote the resolution down and yet issue a verbal directive to the Office of Auditor General to say, come back in 6 months and report on whether the chapter has complied with the terms of the corrective action plan. That would follow and comply with what the RDC recommended. It would give a 6-month time frame for the Auditor General to come back and report again to see if the chapter has finished complying with the corrective action plan. That would be a simple verbal directive to the Auditor General. And at the same time, the committee would vote the resolution down. But again, the committee could simply vote the resolution up as well, could pass the resolution and decide to go against what the RDC has recommended and to impose the sanctions on the chapter. So the committee is voting on the resolution, not necessarily the amendment, the RDC amendment. It's actually voting on the resolution. That's all I have on this point. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Darlene. Does that answer your question to let Delegate Brown?
Yes, it does. Yeah.
So we have established a motion in the second. Is there any question, RDC members? I mean, Budget Finance.
This is Vice Chair Smith. Vice Chair Smith.
Can you hear me, Shadan?
Thank you, Shadan. We got a motion in a second. I have a question, so let's give the sponsor at least some time to present this, and maybe you can clarify what has taken place in the RDC and get a better understanding, and whether we vote in favor or make our own amendment. Shananda, let's hear from Honorable Chair Henio. Thank you.
So if there's no other question, we'll go ahead and give it to Chair Henio. I don't hear no questions, so go ahead, Chair Henio.
Chair, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Oh, loud and clear.
Kushina, this somebody doesn't have their phone on. Okay. With that, I just want to provide some clarification on this RDC recommendations again. And the recommendation, when we were meeting, they proposed an amendment to the legislation, but in the end, it turned out to be this recommendation that we were discussing at the onset, which is to not impose sanctions on the current chapter officials, and also to give the Tohojili chapter an additional 6 months as part of the Budget and Finance Committee's actions, which would mean to table this legislation for 6 months and allow the chapter to demonstrate to the Budget and Finance Committee that they are able to move along with this corrective action plan. That was a discussion at Resources and Development Committee. But as far as the committee report came out, it was sort of confusing. But on the onset, I was going to make a motion to defer this legislation back to RDC and have for clarification on their committee report to where it's not so confusing. But that would be up to this committee, the Budget and Finance Committee. But as for the this legislation and the chapter itself, I do have President Jimmy Secretero. Are you on the line with us? Star 6 to unmute, Shananda.
Yes, sir.
Kushina
Honorable Henyo.
Ado, and Vice President Nora Morris.
Yat Eshanat Ani, She Yanor Morsincha.
Although we have our Secretary Treasurer, Ms. Francesca Abeda.
Yes, good evening, everybody. This is Francesca Abeda.
Kushina, thank you. And then also we have our Community Service Coordinator, Ms. Sherilyn Apache.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's Sherilyn Apache Hate.
Kushina. So that's the Budget and Finance Committee. We do have the team from Tohochile, along with Administrative Service Center, Ms. Garina Adekai.
Good afternoon. This is Green Attica of Delta ASC.
Okay, so with this Budget and Finance Committee, we do have this team from Tohochile that have been actively working on correcting the CAP that was recommended by the Navajo Nation Office of the Auditor General. And so therefore, since they came into office January of this year, this is the first thing that they were hit with, was the corrective action plan and a pending sanction for non-compliance with the corrective action plan. So instead of using the excuse that we're brand new into this office, we don't know what, it was the past chapter officials, it wasn't our doing, all these comments that we've been hearing, the officials, leadership at the Tohochile chapter decided to do the opposite. And they started working closely with their administrative staff and also Administrative Service Center, Ms. Garina Adekai, and then also reaching out to other outside resources and rolled up their sleeves and they said, okay, let's see here, one by one, this is what we need to do. And so far they have addressed several of the items that the Office of Auditor General will be presenting here before the committee. And then so therefore, I just wanted to clarify, Shananta, Kodal Pro Tem Chair and the committee, is that this RDC proposed amendment was the recommendation, and they're recommending to the committee, Budget and Finance Committee, that we consider these two recommendations as part of our deliberations, and at the same time requesting that maybe what the RDC recommended was to table this legislation for 6 months to give the Tohochile leadership a chance to demonstrate before the Budget and Finance Committee that they are able to actually completely address some of these findings that the Office of Auditor General will be laying out before the committee this evening here. So with this, I believe we do have the Office of the Auditor General waiting to give their report. And once they give their report, from there, Chair Pro Tem, I'd like to be given the floor back so I could defer to my chapter leadership at Tohochile to provide their arguments before the committee. Shananta, Chair Pro Tem.
*6 to unmute Pro Tem Chair.
You are unmuted.
Thank you for that, Chair Henio. Is Auditor General on the line?
Good evening. Yes, this is Jasmine Jishi with the Office of the Auditor General, and we're here on the line.
Okay, you have the floor. I'm not sure if you were listening to Chair Henio. Maybe you can explain that from your side.
Okay, I'll go ahead and start the presentation. Good evening, members of the Budget and Finance Committee. We are here to present the follow-up review of the Tohadjale Chapter Corrective Action Plan. In 2018, the Office of the Auditor General performed an internal audit of Tohadjale Chapter and issued audit report number 18-20. A corrective action plan was developed by the Tohadjale Chapter in response to the audit. The audit report and corrective action plan were approved by the Budget and Finance Committee on December 27, 2018, per resolution. The objective of the follow-up is to determine whether the Tohadjale Chapter fully implemented its corrective action plan based on a 6-month review period of October 1st, 2019 to March 31st, 2020. Due to COVID-19, our review was based on inquiries by video teleconferencing, emails, teleconference calls, review of records, and audit test work. It will be noted that at the beginning of the audit, the officials were made up of President Mark Begay, Vice President Jacqueline Picaro, and Secretary Treasurer Jordan Etsy. And then on January 6, 2021, newly elected chapter officials were sworn in and were present towards the end of the audit and when the report was issued. Right now, or during that time, the president is Jimmy Secretaro, Vice President Nora Morris, and Secretary Treasurer Francesca Aguilera. And also, during the review and during the audit scope, the chapter was fully staffed with a community service coordinator and accounts maintenance specialist. Of the 50 corrective measures, the Tohadjale chapter implemented 17, which is 30%, leaving 33, 66% corrective measures not implemented. Okay, well, I'm going to go on to Exhibit A and B for more detail of the report. Starting with issue number 1, non-payment of workers' compensation due to the Navajo's Workers' Compensation Insurance Program for the past several years. This issue was resolved. The workers' compensation reports show that they were reviewed and completed by the Community Services Coordinator, and the reports and corresponding payments were submitted timely to the Navajo Nation Workers' Compensation Department, and that issue number 1 was resolved. On to issue number 2. Expenditures were made without approved annual budgets for 4 fiscal years. For fiscal year 2020, the total chapter budget was $614,819. The chapter did not receive 2 appropriations, which were sales tax and unhealthy junk food, in the amount of $11,383 and $1,904. Furthermore, the chapter received other revenue from filming, Tri-State Western Area Power Administration, and internally generated revenues. The chapter did not prepare a detailed budget and obtain community membership approval for these revenues, totaling $46,466. Of this, the chapter expended $41,461, or 89% of revenues, which are unauthorized expenditures, leaving this issue and finding not resolved. On to issue number 3. Expenditures were made without proper support documentation, such as requisition form, purchase orders, receiving report, and quotes to justify the expense. A sample of 34 expenditures totaling $29,519 was reviewed, and the test work revealed the following. Quotations are not obtained for expenditures, receiving reports are not completed, payments are not supported with the original invoice or receipt, and fund approval forms are not conferred for approval and completeness by a chapter official, leaving this issue not resolved. On to issue number 4. The established checklists required for the Housing Discretionary Fund were missing for all 72 sample transactions selected for test work. 16 housing recipients who received housing recipients were reviewed. Based on that, we found the following. Supporting documents such as income verification, home site lease, floor plan, site visit, and support letter were not on file for all recipients. Merchant quotes were dated ranging from 2 to 17 months, but they were still used. Receipts were not provided to verify housing materials were purchased by the recipient. Housing applications were not reviewed for completeness and eligibility by the community services coordinator. Point ranking systems were not used to prioritize housing recipients, and follow-up visits of housing projects were not documented with pictures or completion reports, leaving this issue not resolved. On to issue number 5. Travel expenditure transactions did not have adequate support, such as travel authorization, trip report, proof of insurance, and driver's licenses for those using personnel vehicles. 12 travel expenditures were reviewed, and based on this, we found that travel authorizations lacked dates or were not on file. Supporting documentation such as trip, expense, and mileage reports were not found for travelers. Current proof of insurance and driver's license were not found for travelers when personal vehicles were used. Fund approval forms are not concurred for approval and completeness by a chapter official. And travelers who used the chapter vehicle did not have travel authorization, and the chapter reimbursed the administration for these fuel expenses, totaling $725. But expenses were not supported with fuel receipts and and travel authorization forms, leaving this issue not resolved. On to issue number 6, capital assets. Inventory and inventory of other items have not been taken since 2016. Additionally, there is no current insurance coverage for the chapter with the Navajo Nation's risk management program for these assets. The chapter completed its annual inventory of all property and equipment for fiscal years 2019 and 2020. However, 2 chapter vehicles were not listed on the latest annual inventory. They are a part of the exposure summary report, but the annual inventory and underwriter exposure summary should be consistent in reporting chapter property. The initial audit also cited the chapter for no current registration and license plate for the chapter vehicles. Since then, the chapter has obtained permanent license plates for the vehicles, and the auditor confirmed this. However, the chapter could not provide a current New Mexico vehicle registration for both chapter vehicles. Without current vehicle registrations, the chapter risks violating state motor vehicle laws and any applicable liability. This leaves the issue not resolved. On to issue number 7, lack of controls over safeguarding of chapter's property and equipment items. The chapter installed 9 security cameras with 2 working cameras located outside the perimeter of the chapter. However, the chapter has not updated its security system, and as a result, 7 cameras are not currently working. The chapter explained an upgrade of the current security cameras would be costly, but this claim cannot be substantiated with vendor quotes or an assessment. The chapter also lacks any fencing around the compound to secure property and equipment. Overall, this finding was not resolved. On to issue number 8, use of chapter property, the rodeo ground, without approval or compensation. For the audit period, 1 cash receipt for rodeo ground rental was identified. However, there was no approved rental form and no evidence that liability insurance was obtained for the event. The community services coordinator stated that former chapter officials gave the consent with fee waivers to unknown individuals. This practice made it difficult for the chapter administration to monitor the rental activities for the rodeo ground, leaving this issue not resolved. On to issue number 9 and 10. The old chapter building stands abandoned and is in need of restoration and renovation. The new chapter building is in need of improvements and better maintenance. The chapter is operating from the new chapter building, and the old chapter building was transferred to the Veterans Organization. However, there is no documentation to confirm the building transfer. In addition to the old chapter building, the preschool building remains unoccupied due to safety concerns. The chapter administration official stated no building improvements will be made until an assessment is done by Navajo Nation Occupational Safety and Health Administration, also known as NOSHA. The chapter has been in contact with NOSHA to assess the chapter building. However, as of this report, no assessments have been completed. Therefore, the future plans for these chapter buildings remain unclear. In the meantime, the chapter continues to ensure the chapter buildings with the Navajo Nation Risk Management Department, leaving this issue unresolved. On to issue number 11. Quarterly federal payroll reporting was not filed timely, and the monthly federal tax deposits were not made timely. The initial audit reported the chapter received several reminder notices from the Internal Revenue Service for delinquent tax in the amount of $1,999 that were to be paid by December 31st. Records show that the chapter paid the outstanding delinquent balance on February 26, 2020. The federal 941 reports for the review period totaled 3,195. Of these, 2 quarterly reports, the chapter was late 5 months in submitting one of these reports. In addition, merit bonuses were paid to 4 temporary workers totaling 800, which were not reported as payroll expenditures. Since the chapter submitted one Form 941 late and did not accurately apply payroll taxes to merit bonuses, the risk for liability and fines will remain, leaving this issue not resolved. On to issue number 12. Chapter membership does not receive monthly financial reporting, and several regular chapter meeting minutes were not available for audit review in a timely manner. For the review period, the accounts maintenance specialist did not provide monthly financial reports for the community service coordinator or the former officials. Rather, hello, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, I think I got muted. I was told I got muted. Can the Budget and Finance Committee hear me?
We could hear you, Shadeja. This is Delegate Crotty. We heard you.
Oh, okay. Okay. All right. Thank you. I don't know what happened. I got muted there. Okay. Issue number 12. For the review period, the accounts maintenance specialist did not provide monthly financial reports for the community services coordinator or the former officials. Rather, a fund balance report was prepared by the Secretary Treasurer using the Woven Integrated Navajo data, also known as the WIN system. The chapter administration confirmed these fund reports were used as financial reports by the former Secretary Treasurer to the community membership. However, we could not reconcile the fund balance report and financial statements. As a result, the accuracy of the financial reports is questionable. In addition, the former Secretary Treasurer also did not document detailed financial reporting in the meeting minutes. The financial reports were not attached to the meeting minutes or posted on the chapter's website for public viewing. Without accurate financial reporting, the chapter membership cannot make informed financial decisions, leaving this finding not resolved. On to issue number 13, inadequate filing system that requires organization, effort, and timely action. The chapter administration has maintained a filing system since 2017, and based on our records inventory, most records were readily available for the follow-up review. However, the chapter could not provide the following documents: detailed budgets for chapter activity fund, housing assistance required documents for recipients, for travel voucher packets, receipts for expenditures, rental forms and liability insurance, bank signatory card, and cash receipt tickets, leaving this finding not fully resolved. On to issue number 14, bank reconciliations for the years under audit have not been located. We reviewed 6 months of the bank reconciliation, and based on our review, the accounts maintenance specialist prepared the bank reconciliations each month, and the community services coordinator reviewed her work, except for 2 months of February and March 2020. In February 2020, it was unclear when the bank reconciliation was completed. For March 2020, the bank reconciliation was delayed for approximately 9 months due to the closure of the chapter as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. In addition, the former Secretary Treasurer or other officials did not provide review of the bank reconciliations during the 6-month review period. The chapter could not provide reasonable assurance bank reconciliations are monitored to ensure bank reconciliations are accurate, completed timely, and are on file, leaving this issue not resolved. Issue number 15, lack of stable AMS and CSC has weakened the operations and accountability at the chapter. The chapter's community services coordinator and accounts maintenance specialist were both hired December of 2017. The former chapter officials who contributed to this review stated that chapter operations have been improving, and since the administration was hired. Although we observed a good working relationship between the administration through meetings and interviews, we still noted the following. As a primary user of the accounting system, the accounts maintenance specialist's work is not routinely monitored, although the community services coordinator is set up with credentials to the accounting system. The former Secretary Treasurer was not readily available to assist the chapter administration with monitoring financial activities. The community services coordinator and accounts maintenance specialist cannot account for all documents that were requested. Overall, with permanent chapter administration, the chapter has more stability, but accountability still needs to be strengthened. As a result, leaving this issue not resolved. On to issue number 16. Name of the chapter's main bank account has been changed in January 2017 without proper authorization. The prior audit cited the chapter for removal of the legal name To'Hajiilee chapter from its bank account, and Canyoncito Band of Navajos was substituted to take its place. In review of bank statements, we found the chapter combined the names of Canyoncito Band of Navajos / To'Hajiilee Navajo chapter to the bank account. The chapter did not have proper approval documentation such as a chapter resolution that authorized the name change. The chapter administration stated the name change was done prior to their hiring and could not provide further explanation for the name change, leaving this issue not resolved. On to the last issue, number 17, lack of accountability over miscellaneous revenue collections for the 4 years under audit. 45 cash receipts from internally generated revenues totaling 168 for the audit period was reviewed. The chapter only provided 8 cash receipt tickets, with the remaining 19 cash receipts totaling 126 presumed missing. Our test work found that revenues are not recorded on pre-numbered cash receipt tickets. Cash receipts are not reconciled and posted to the accounting system. Cash receipts are not posted to the correct revenue code. Posted cash amount did not reconcile to the actual cash receipt ticket. Revenues are not deposited weekly, but rather done monthly. And revenue logs were not reviewed for completeness by the community services coordinator. Overall, leaving this issue not resolved. Since the To'Hajiilee chapter did not fully implement its corrective action plan, a majority of the findings from the 2018 audit remain unresolved. Therefore, the Office of the Auditor General recommends sanctions be imposed on the To'Hajiilee chapter and officials. This concludes the presentation of the report. Thank you, Budget and Finance Committee.
Thank you, Shadeja, for your report. Pro Tem Smith, are you on the line? Budget and Finance staff, can you see what if Pro Tem Smith is on the line?
I believe it's Delegate Elmer.
I'm back on the line. I'm back on the line now. Can you hear me?
Oh, that's right. Thank you, Chairman Henry. Yes.
Can you hear me?
Oh, we could hear you, Shadai. Go ahead.
Cash station. And again, thank you for the report or presentation from Auditor General. So, giving it back to the Chair Henio. Any other person you wanted to let do the presentation, or?
So, still, again, Pro Tem Chair Elmer PB Gay, Ashland Budget and Finance Committee. Just want to give the floor to the leadership at Tojule chapter to provide information regarding the presentation by the Navajo Nation Auditor General. And I do appreciate their diligence in working with the chapters, the Auditor General's office, and making sure that the accountability is there. But at the same time, though, right now what we are dealing with is past practices from past leadership that is being addressed now by the current leadership at Tojile. And usually the mentality of Wunderop to the local level is that, well, they had so many months to complete it now. How come they haven't completed? And that shouldn't be the case here. I mean, each of the chapters are different, and so we need to be mindful that there are leadership at each local level that some of them work hard to address some of these issues that they have inherited as they came into the office. And as far as staffing is concerned, as the Auditor General has pointed out, the chapter is fully staffed, and that's not correct. And I'll leave that up to the leadership to clarify as far as what the staffing issue is like at the Tohojile chapter. And so therefore, with this, I'll defer some time to each of the chapter officials to provide statements to the committee at the same time and how they have been working closely with the Navajo Nation Administrative Service Center employees to dig up old records and to start providing closure to a lot of these findings. So with this, I'll defer to Shenandoah President Jimmy Secretero.
Oh, Chair, Honorable Henio. Can you hear me?
Oh, go ahead.
Okay, Chair, thank you. Good evening. Happy Veterans Day. Just to start out, Chair, Jimmy Secretary and Chair, Toba is not urgent long kia ani basis chain. And as was stated earlier, you know, we came into an audit when we took office. We didn't know anything too much about it until March of this year, 2021, and the recommendations of being sanctioned. At that time, finding out all this information, we've taken and are taking this very serious. We worked with the AMS, Ms. Karina Adikai, my Secretary Treasurer, and my Vice President. We've sat down and had multiple meetings working on this with our CSC, getting things put back into order, which were never there. Now we realize the complexity of the Navajo Nation and the 5 management system. And as for me, I've never had to work under a 5 management system, but now I'm learning. Later on, I'll give, during my Secretary Treasurer, she'll give you an overview of everything that we've corrected and worked on. But right now, what I would like to ask the Budget and Finance Committee as a whole is to consider the recommendation that RDC gave out of giving us an additional 6 months to table this legislation and give us a chance to continue working on these areas which are concerning to us and to our community people because it's their money. But we just need to come up with a real genuine accounting system for the people. And that's what we're here to do. And as I indicated, we're taking it very serious. And I do thank our honorable council delegate for being here for us also. You know, he's given us encouragement. Same with Miss Karina Atakai, Dr. Yellowman, Salantra Jim Martin. All of them are working with us. Little by little, each one gives us recommendations and ideas on how to handle things throughout our putting our little puzzle back together. But that's what I want to ask is your consideration of giving us an extra 6 months to work on this through the recommendation of RDC. And I don't want to take up too much time because I know it's been a long day and I've been on this meeting all day since this morning. So I'll go ahead and pass it on to my chapter vice president so she can add on some more. Go ahead.
I'll have Francie go ahead and she'll do her presentation and I'll be the last.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, everybody. My name is Francesca Veda. I am Nakaidana, born for Kisani. I'm just gonna go through this fairly quickly. Just don't want to keep you guys any longer. So we at the Tajale chapter feel that we have resolved that after our financial review was complete, we have resolved 6, which is capital assets and inventory of other items have not been taken since 2016.
Pro Tem Chair, this is Vice Chair. If I got a quick point, question, privilege.
Okay, go ahead, Vice Chair. What's your point of privilege?
Yes, thank you, Pro Temp Chair and Budget and Finance Committee members. I know it's getting late and staff need to get home and stuff like that. Have we already heard are we into questions right now? Or where are we at with the, I was helping a fellow staffer over here with the vehicle problems and kind of missed out on whether we're on my point of question is, are we still on the presentation? Are we going into questions now? Shanada, thank you.
Vice Chair. I think I believe that Chair Henio wants his leadership to give us a recommendation how they want to go about it. So we're listening to that.
Agoshi, thank you. The time is of the essence. So you were usually given 20 minutes.
Oh, are you?
Thank you.
Yeah, I think I on Zendo. I have a meeting. So we can get that. Chair Henio, is it necessary to have all your leadership to speak on the same issue?
No, Shanada.
The recommendation?
This is Delegate Yellowhair.
I believe that we do have.
Order. This is Delegate Yellowhair. Point of order.
What's your point of order? Now, Yellowhair.
Okay, that this is kind of very complex issues bring before us as committee. There's a report was enough been made by Helen Brown. And I'd like to make motion, just table it to the next 6 months recommendation by RDC. Now I'll motion that one. Since we just have to do a table and the next 6 months I'll go by RDC recommendation. Emotion is I'm sorry I had to do this to share.
Okay.
Chair.
Like I said, to making that motion for table this item for next 6 months and prior to the recommendation of RDC. Is there any second?
Vice Chair Smith.
Okay, Vice Chair Smith. So we have established a motion and then the second. So any other questions?
No discussion, we go to voting.
There's no question, we can go ahead and go to voting. Peggy,
Okay,
are you still on the line?
I can do the
Or
vote.
Heather?
Sure.
Sherelle will do the roll call vote.
Okay,
Okay.
go ahead then, Sherelle.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Canaspa Crotty, how do you vote? Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I'll vote green, thank you.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown, I'll vote green, yeah.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty, how do you vote?
Shadeja, this is Delegate Crotty. I'll vote green, thank you.
Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty votes green. Honorable Pro Tem Speaker Elmer Begay, you have 5 in favor, 0 opposed, and Pro Temp Speaker not voting. Pro Temp.
Thank you, Budget and Finance Committee, for voting. Give this back to you, Chair Henio.
Chair Pro Tem, Delegate Elmer P.B. Gay for stepping up to the plate to chair this section of the agenda. To the leadership at Tojile chapter for staying along with us this long. Next item on our agenda, we have legislation 218-21 that we added. So sponsored by Vice Chair Smith. Could I, so Peggy, if you read that legislation into the record for us, please.
The members of the Budget and Finance Committee, this is a proposed standing committee resolution assigned to Resources and Development, thence Budget and Finance Committee, thence Nabagia Committee. 24th Navajo Nation Council, 3rd year, 2021, introduced by Raymond Smith Jr. Tracking number 0218-21, an action related to the budget, to the Resources and Development, Budget and Finance, and Nabagia Committees. The requests the U.S. Congress and U.S. President to approve additional federal funds for Navajo water projects throughout the Navajo Nation for the benefit of the Navajo people, Navajo chapters, Navajo communities, and all persons residing within the boundaries of the Navajo Nation. Exhibits are there, and RDC committee report has a due pass with no amendments. That concludes the reading.
Thank you for that reading. Is there a motion? This resolution
motion.
Motion by Delegate Yellowhair. No, is there a second?
Second, Elmer P.B.
Delegate Elmer P.B. second. So we did have a motion and a second. Are there any questions on this legislation, Budget and Finance Committee? After no questions, I'll call for the vote to accept legislation 218-21. Sherelle, you would lead us in roll call vote.
Okay, Honorable Elmer P.B. how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer P.B. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty, how do you vote?
Delegate Amber Canespa Crotty, and I vote green, thank you.
Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Chair Jamie Henio, you have 5 in favor, 0 opposed, and Chair not voting, Chair.
Thank you for that roll call vote. Legislation 218-21 receives a due pass, 5 in favor, 0 opposed, Chair not voting. With that, we'll move forward to the next item on our agenda, which is, let me see, I gotta get my flashlight out now. The sun went down, so I can hardly see here. Okay, requesting authorization to attend the Investment Committee meetings, annual meeting, the week of November 29th to December 2nd. And so with this, Peggy, this meeting will be held at Twin Arrows on the Navajo Nation. So therefore, do we still need to request for authorization to attend, Peggy?
Chair Henio and members of the Budget and Finance Committee, yes, you do. Every time the committee wants to use its funds for travel of any sort, we have to have authorization from the Speaker's office. Anytime you want to meet, that's expending funds too. We have to ask for authorization from the office of the Speaker. That's been our legislative process.
Kashin, thank you, Peggy, for that clarification. With that, is there a motion to take action on this? Motion
by Delegate Brown.
Motion by Delegate Elmer P. Begay, second by Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair, with this request for authorization. So with that, is there any questions or comments? Not to know, yeah. If there are no questions or comments, it'd be at Twin Arrows. Roll call vote. Sherelle, if you would lead us in roll call vote.
Okay, Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Amber Knezba Crotty, how do you vote?
Shadeja, this is Delegate Crotty. I'll vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Knezba Crotty votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Chair Jamie Henio, you have 5 in favor, 0 opposed, and Chair not voting, Chair.
Thank you for that roll call vote. So we do have a due pass on this action item. 5 in favor, 0 opposed, Chair not voting. Next item on our agenda is requesting for, hold on here, what does this say? Requesting authorization to attend the RPAC, which is the Retirement Plan Administration Committee annual meeting with the RVK. And this will be in December of 2021. And right now, as the RPAC committee, the location has been determined to be in Scottsdale, Arizona. But the actual location is still being, the logistics is still being worked out. And it'll be the week of December 6th to 10, depending on the availability of the venue down in Scottsdale. So with that, is there a motion?
Yellowhair.
Motion by Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair. Is there a second? Is there a second?
Motion? Delegate Begay?
Delegate Elmer Begay. Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair, motion. I just need a second.
Second, Delegate Begay.
Delegate Elmer P. Begay. So with that, any questions, comments, committee members?
Chair Henio, this is Peggy.
Peggy?
For both of these items, I will add travel the day before and the day after the conclusion of the meetings. So what the retirement staff informed me is that they're looking at December 9th through the 10th for this in Scottsdale area. So
yeah.
So the day before would be December 8th and returning on the 11th. So that's how I'll do the memos.
Kashina, thank you for that clarification. I was trying to go through my notes. But it is December 9, 10, the actual meeting. And with that, any further questions or comments? Then roll call vote. Sherelle, lead us a roll call vote.
Okay, Honorable Elmer P.B. Gay, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer P.B. Gay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Amber Knazba-Crotty, how do you vote?
Delegate Amber Knazba-Crotty, and I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Knazba-Crotty votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Chair Jamie Henio, you have 5 in favor, 0 opposed, and Chair not voting. Chair.
Thank you for the roll call vote on this action item, and this do pass 5 in favor, 0 opposed, Chair not voting. With this, next item is close the session. I don't see any written announcements, so motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn. Delegate Begay.
Motion by Delegate Elmer P. Begay, second by Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair. With that, next regular meeting is November 16th, 2021, which is next Tuesday. With that, any closing remarks before we do vote to adjourn?
Chair Henio.
Vice Chair Smith.
Thank you, Chair Henio and committee members. I know it's late. I just want to make a brief. Thursday's Veterans Day. And I understand that Senator Kelly from Arizona is going to be here at the council chambers. We have to be here at 9 according to the email. And he's going to spend some time with delegation. So I just want to present that. And also they'll be doing a virtual Veterans Day at Veterans Memorial Park in honor of our veterans. And I just want to say happy Veterans Day to all our families that have veterans and those that are related to veterans and those that have lost veterans and and all those warriors that have gone and fought for freedom. And freedom is not cheap or not free. So even our surviving spouses and gold mothers and also our Blue Star and our women warriors too. Don't want to forget them. They're very important. We're trying to hurry up and get homes out there for them with that new amendment on that legislation. Thank you.
Vice Chair Smith. Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair.
Chairman Henio.
Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair.
Okay, to the chairman. I just want to say the same thing to our Navajo veterans in the past and our current. We are Navajo or heroes. Navajo veterans. Heroes. What the sort of Bejon doesn't does by you. You Navajo. Women veterans too. Navajo women veterans. I'm proud of you too. And y'all and so happy Thanksgiving with your family. Have a delicious turkey. Chairman Henio.
We'll do that. One more. Che, Delegate Odoso.
Yeah, no, Chairman, no, I had a legislation on the Budget and Finance Committee. I just had some family issues I had to deal with today, and I didn't get on the line earlier for legislation 239. Before you guys adjourned, I was wondering if you guys could entertain that legislation for me. And
Delegate Odoso. I thought we'd like to see Lee as our consent agenda. So
okay, I appreciate it. Yeah, no.
Hope everything's okay.
Yeah.
I appreciate
good.
it. Yeah.
Kashin Che, take care. Shananta.
Oh.
That, Sherelle, you could lead us in the roll call vote. Sure.
Okay, Honorable Elmer PBGA, how do you vote?
I'll vote green.
Honorable Elmer PBGA votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Amber Knaz Bakrati, how do you vote? Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Amber Knez Bakrati, how do you vote? Honorable Chair Jamie Henio, you have 4 in favor, 0 opposed, and Chair not voting. Chair.
Thank you, Sherelle, for assisting us today, helping us out with the roll call votes. We do have 4 in favor, 0 opposed, Chair not voting. Peggy, for being with us this long, and also Miss Lorraine Tapahi for helping us out with Office of Legislative Services, and Mr. Donovan Handley. Thank you for being with us, and all the staff. Budget and Finance Committee. We did a good 6, 7, 8, almost 8 hours of good debates and meetings, and we did our job. Thank you, and have a good evening.
Thank you, Chair and members of the committee. Tomorrow, the committee reports will be ready. I'll try to have them ready by noon, because the next day we have a holiday. So for Chair Henio and also Elmer PBGay, those will be ready tomorrow. And we'll coordinate, Sherelle and I will coordinate that, the signing of those things and the memos.
Kashina, thank you. Thank you.
To the chairman, this is Delegate Yellow here. I saw no, this is hello. I saw that. Whatever happened to my legislation, to hard rock legislation?
We took him off the agenda.
Okay. Thank you. That was my request. Thank you very much.
How did you get no.
Penny on the hard right now. Suddenly people in a south evening now. Diego Shannon, yeah, thank you.
You guys next week, on November 6th, the agenda being not also.
Yeah.
Please notify your chapter, Hard Rock chapter officials and their staff to be in attendance next week, please.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you. All have a good evening. I'm going to